said, look, we're buying a business. We didn't create the business, but we need to do a better job. And that's about doing the hard work and investing over a long period of time.
You know, I challenge people to do something ahead of your time. Let's discover people before they become somebody.
We have no library, we have no IP. What are we going to do? How are we going to define ourselves? How are we going to be different? And with that comes criticism, with that comes concern. If you're not listening to those criticisms, if you're not adapting to them, then you can't build something special.
Every studio and network has built a multicultural department. What you're saying is that they have no power and they are window dressing. Hi everybody, I'm Sharon Waxman. I'm the CEO and the founder of TheWrap. Welcome to TheGrill 2022. I'm coming to you from the beautiful One Hotel on Sunset, where we'll be holding day 2 of TheGrill on Wednesday. But today I'm here to introduce the virtual day of TheGrill. That's day 1. We're going to be talking about all of the changes in media and entertainment and technology that have happened with all the disruptions of the past year. Come on. We are smarter than we were a year ago about the direction of entertainment and media, but there is a lot that's continuing to shift. Streaming was the darling of the entertainment industry and Wall Street a year ago. No longer. Now streaming has to compete with every other platform, including for their advertising. Consumers are starting to cherry pick their streaming services every month. Meanwhile, M&A continues to make waves even as the market has decimated value in media and entertainment stocks. Sorry, Disney. This September's box office has sunk to the lowest levels in a quarter century. But at the same time, Top Gun, with a 60-year-old action star, has made $1.5 billion worldwide. Go figure. And gaming during the pandemic looked like it would never stop growing, and that has finally slowed. So there's a lot to discuss. We have 2 full days ahead of us to talk about these topics, along with many others, including innovation in marketing, the disruption in media by social platforms. We have a producers roundtable and more. We will also, as always, explore the state of diversity and inclusion in Hollywood. Today, we kick off the conversation with Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two Interactive, one of the largest gaming publishers in the world. The rest of today's schedule is just remarkable. You can expect an innovator spotlight conversation with Ryan Condal, the co-creator and showrunner of House of the Dragon, a little show you might have heard of. We have also a conversation with chef and humanitarian Jose Andres, and other riveting conversations about the future of film, navigating Hollywood in a post-Roe versus Wade world, on podcasting, and more. And that's just today. Tomorrow's live event at the One Hotel in West Hollywood is sold out. I hear we're releasing a few more tickets this morning, so you can visit therwrap.com/thegrill to secure your spot. Tomorrow, we'll be joined by the Candle Media co-CEO Kevin Mayer, Also, I'll be talking to the creator of Reboot and the co-creator of Modern Family, Stephen Levitan, and we'll have Beyonce producers Nova Wave here, along with many more leaders of the entertainment industry. Again, you can register for tomorrow's event at TheWrap.com/TheGrill. If you do come on by, come say hello when you're here. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, without whom we could not put this incredible program together. That would be Loeb & Loeb, thank you, City National Bank, Grace Note, Warner Brothers Discovery, Gerber Kawasaki, Take-Two Interactive, Sony Pictures, IMAX, SAG-AFTRA, New York Film Festivals, and Samba TV. And finally, my personal thanks goes out to the incredible staff of TheWrap and Wrap Pro, who put together a fascinating program and are working behind the scenes to make sure that you have a fantastic experience. And now, onward to the grill. Strauss Zelnick has been the CEO of Take-Two Interactive since January 2011. He is also a partner in the private equity firm ZMC since 2001. His mission as the leader of Take-Two, one of a small group of video game giants, is to be the most, quote, innovative, creative, and efficient entertainment company in the world. In 2022, the company completed the acquisition for $13 billion of Zynga, a leading mobile gaming company, which is a game-changing move for Take-Two overall. Welcome to The Grill, Strauss Zelnick.
Thank you.
It is not your first rodeo at The Grill, but a lot has changed in the gaming world since the last time we spoke. Let's start with the acquisition of Zynga, which was a huge move for your company. Tell us why it was important for that to happen, the degree of difficulty, and just going forward, how it changes your strategy.
Well, we were already a leader in the console and PC space, and we believe we had already the best collection of intellectual property in the space. However, mobile, which is the fastest growing part of the interactive entertainment business, just represented about 10 or 12% of our net bookings. We wanted to have greater exposure to this high growth area. We also liked the fact that mobile spoke to a different audience than our core console and PC business. The mobile business skews older and it skews more female. We were looking for a company that would fit with us culturally and, very importantly, would also have a big collection of owned intellectual property. So many interactive entertainment companies, including mobile interactive entertainment companies, really rely on 1, 2, 3, 4 titles. Zynga, through its own acquisition program, as well as organic growth, had an array of intellectual properties. So we think together it's a powerhouse of owned intellectual property that speaks to every part of the interactive entertainment business.
It's bringing in a different audience.
Different audience and different products.
Grand Theft Auto which is, say, your biggest signature title for many years now, skews male, obviously.
It does. It skews male.
Right.
The mobile business tends to skew female, although there depends on the title. For example, we have a soccer manager title which skews male called Top 11.
On Zynga?
It's part of Zynga now. It was actually part of Take-Two, and when we joined forces, we moved the T2 Mobile Games Group into Zynga.
Sure.
So in terms of why it fit, we also fit culturally, and that was of paramount importance. I got to know Frank Gibeau over a 3-year period. Zynga was growing. They didn't need a partner. They didn't need any help.
Zynga didn't always have the greatest cultural reputation, let's be honest.
Frank Frank brought in a new team years ago. And
how many, maybe 5 or 6?
I think it was 4 or 5 years before the transaction. And he really transformed the business in terms of increasing its scale, increasing its importance, increasing its success. And yes, he had a meaningful impact on the culture as well. And when we started getting to know one another, we felt like there was a great cultural fit. And probably one of the best parts of this combination has been how well we fit together culturally.
They're based, Zynga was based in California, right?
They're based in the Bay Area. They're opening a headquarters in San Mateo in a matter of days.
But that means that you're just working on both coasts now, so it's not.
Well, we're a pretty distributed company.
Right.
I
think it's kind of an absurd question post-COVID because everyone is everywhere, but.
Well, not really.
Still.
I mean, we do work in studios physically, and we will. And Zynga's headquarters, for sure, are in San Mateo, and Take-Two's headquarters are in New York. But the bulk of our operations are all over the world. So Rockstar has a New York office and is really headquartered in Edinburgh and in London. 2K is headquartered in Novato and has studios all over the world. Rockstar has studios all over the world. So, and Zynga has studios all over the world. And some of their biggest studios are in places like Turkey and Finland.
You feel like in this post-COVID world, you do need those studios. You need your engineers, your designers, all of those people working in the same place, because I think most software companies are like almost indifferent to it.
We're not indifferent. We are flexible. We do think it's good for people to be in person, and we think that the locus of creativity is more energetic when people are together in person. However, we do allow people to work remotely a couple of days a week, and we're very flexible about remote work.
Oh, I see. How much? I was just about to ask how much pushback you get from people, because
By being flexible, we don't get very much pushback.
You don't get very much pushback.
But again, we really encourage people to be in the office at least 3 days a week. If there are extenuating circumstances, then we'll be flexible. I don't believe in fully remote businesses in most instances.
I'm with you, but I also have just talk across the board with managers and executives who come up against a culture of people resisting.
I'm confused about that, just because, you know, our offices are really nice, and I don't know about
Yeah.
you, like I don't want to spend all day at home. You know, it
Yeah.
sort of amuses me that we spent 2 years in the pandemic desperate to get out of our houses, and then as soon as it ended,
No, I can't do it.
People
Yeah,
wanted to stay at
exactly.
home.
It's like, I'm much more efficient. I get like all of that, right?
So we have seen high levels of productivity at home. I think what we miss is that spark that you get in those serendipitous interactions that you can't arrange to have on Zoom.
Yeah, well, you're preaching to the choir on that one. I agree. Okay, so talk a bit about how, because we've had, I don't know if this is your third time at the Grill over the years.
At least second.
At least, no, maybe third, I think. And we've always talked about mobile, and it's always been like, what are you doing about mobile? So now that you have this kind of giant, first of all, it's pushing your revenues to, I guess it's almost $6 billion this year, right?
We've guided to just shy of $6 billion in net bookings for the year.
A big chunk of which is going to be attributable to Zynga?
Yes.
Right.
Yep, nearly half.
I mean, I kind of have a million questions about all of that, but I guess let me just go to sort of the macro view of things in gaming. Consolidation is what is happening in gaming, with Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard. I mean, I know that deal hasn't closed yet, but I think most people think it's going to close, right? You think it's going to close?
It's hard to know. I can't really predict what the regulators will do. We're certainly of the belief that it's a good thing for Microsoft and for the industry. We're in favor for whatever.
Why? Why do you think it's a good thing?
Because this is a
Consumers
highly
might disagree with
fragmented-
you, by the way.
Well, it's up to the consumer to vote, of course, but it's a highly fragmented business, and there's plenty of room for creativity to go around. And Microsoft is an ally of ours, and if this makes their business more powerful, we think that's good for us.
Well, yes, but they're acquiring a software company, and that's your business. And last time you were at the Grill, we had Phil Spencer, and you talked about how you guys worked collegially, and it wasn't a problem in the areas where they have games and you compete, and it's all very friendly. But isn't that different if Activision is like their core focus?
Ultimately, the consumer votes. And
Yes.
if we create great hits, which is our business, the consumers will show up, and no one can take that away from us. No one can replicate that. So,
Well, but in terms of like promotional space, in terms of what Microsoft might push, they have, they have options. They have.
right, but at the end of the day, if they're focused on the power and strength of their own business, they're going to want to be pushing the most successful properties. And if consumers are showing up for our properties and Microsoft isn't engaged, isn't involved, isn't a partner, then that would be a bad thing for Microsoft. So I think we're all essentially pulling in the same direction. It isn't, the entertainment business is the antithesis of a fungible, commoditized business. Every title stands alone. So it sort of doesn't compete with anything else.
For time.
And yet it's highly competitive in a way. In other words,
Right.
we compete with everything, and in a way we compete with nothing. You can't replace one of our titles with another title. It's not like you want to go to the movies on a Friday night to see the new Top Gun movie, and someone puts something else out that you're
That's
less
not
interested
true at all.
in.
That's not true
that
at
you're
all.
less interested
No, I
in.
disagree totally.
Then you're still going to want to see
Well,
Top
my
Gun.
interest is, well, if it's sold out, I might
And someone can
go to the
promote-
other one, or
and
it might be
I
like, you know what, I'll see it next weekend. And
Sure, and that speaks to having an array of properties, which we do. But marketing something that people don't want to see heavily isn't going to make them want to see it more.
so, from your perspective, consolidation is a good thing
Or a neutral thing.
or a neutral thing, but you didn't feel that you needed to, bulk up, for lack of a better term, in the landscape that you're living in.
Certainly not. We were already at scale, and we said that. We were already over $3 billion enterprise. We certainly had the throw weight to invest in the most important properties in the business and to market them as aggressively as anyone else could. Where you need more scale is when you can't afford to do that. You can't afford to field a worldwide marketing and distribution organization, or you can't afford to have a loss, by the way. And we've seen that in our space where companies were too thinly capitalized to survive a bad year. Now and then you have a bad year in the entertainment business. You have to be capitalized well enough to withstand that and to give your teams confidence that they're going to live to play another day. Now, unfortunately, we haven't had bad years very often.
Well, you've had, I mean, the pandemic was incredibly beneficial for the gaming industry.
It was.
That was
Not for everyone. I mean, it was for most of us, but you still have to put out great titles.
right. Yeah, but people had time. They were in
Certainly
their
did.
houses. They needed to,
And they were willing to spend money.
and they were willing to spend
Yeah.
money, right? Then because they weren't spending it anywhere else. They weren't traveling. They weren't going out to
Exactly.
restaurants.
It was, it's a terrible thing to say because it was such a tragic period of time. It was good for the entertainment business.
But do you feel that has waned,
Oh,
right?
for sure.
Yeah, that's not
And we're
the case
exactly where
anymore.
we said during the pandemic we expected to be, which is to say, I said at that time, when I was asked repeatedly, we felt that post-pandemic demand would be higher than pre-pandemic demand and lower than demand during the pandemic. And that's exactly what we've seen.
And are you back to just pre-pandemic levels in terms of your own
That's
kind
a
of?
great question, roughly.
Roughly?
Or ahead in certain
I mean,
instances.
so for example, by comparison, the film business, as I'm sure you know, is not anywhere close to back to the theatrical distribution business is nowhere close to where it was before the pandemic.
No, I think we'll see that overall demand in 22 will be bigger than in 19, but perhaps not by much. And for us as a company, yes.
And the recession,
That
okay,
word.
am I call it recession? I
I'll
don't know
be
where
happy to
most
call
go
it a recession.
You call it a recession? I
Yes,
mean,
for
it's not.
sure.
I don't know. I'm never quite sure. Is it a recession? Do
Well,
you feel like
look,
we're in a recession?
We have meaningful inflation.
For sure.
Consumers therefore have less money to spend on discretionary purchases, and we are seeing the effect of that in the entire industry.
Right. That's could be just pressure on consumption, as opposed to jobs, unemployment's so
certainly not jobs. I mean, the
low,
unemployment
and
rate
we're
is
still
very low.
and the economy's
Right.
still growing.
Right. No, people are working.
I feel like it's a political question. That it should be an empirical question, and it's become a political
I
question as
think
to
from
whether
an
we're in a
empirical
recession.
point of view, we are indeed in a recession.
You do think so?
We've had 2 quarters of negative growth.
Right,
and
okay.
Then some people in Washington wanted to redefine what it meant. But from my point of view, if you want to define it in the context of consumer demand, yeah, we're there.
Okay. So your expectations are set accordingly in terms of people holding back on spending. And of course, your big season is Christmas, holiday.
Well, we're not that seasonal of business, but yes, for certain titles, we are affected by
And
the holidays.
you're expecting more modest.
Well, we expect to do fine in the context of the guidance we gave, but the guidance that we gave is in the context of a softening economy.
Got it, okay. I just want to finish this point on consolidation. Do you feel like consolidation in the gaming sector is done, or there's talk about whether EA might get acquired?
I don't think it's done.
You don't think it's done?
Now, that doesn't mean that I'm making a prediction about a particular company, but there are a number of interactive entertainment companies outside of our purview here in the United States, and I think there'll be consolidation among those potentially.
What do you have, sir? What's top of mind for you?
Well, I'm not going to mention any names, but there.
Well, you're not in charge of them. It's not like unless you're buying them, then we
So
would,
there are
then we'd like to
companies-
break that
there
news.
are companies in Asia, for example, and I think you might see some of them trade.
Not Tencent.
No, certainly not. I think-
they'd be the
I
acquirer.
think they would likely be the acquirer.
Right.
But
Okay.
they're under some pressure as well.
Because of.
Their stock price and just
Right.
general state of the market.
Well, speaking of stock price, your stock, like most stocks, your stock is down significantly since the beginning of the year, something like 50%.
I don't believe it's down 50%, but it's down meaningfully. Yeah, it's not down 50 because it's not even down 50 from its peak. So.
It's okay. Well, it's come
But it's
back
definitely
from
down.
its
I want to
low.
say it's down about 30 in the year, and it's come back a bit from its low.
Okay,
Quite a bit.
and down more than the S&P overall.
I believe that's true.
Right. I think the S&P's down 17%
Yeah,
or something
I
like
believe-
that.
Oh, it's
from
certainly down more than that.
More than that, yeah. So, talk about how you think about that.
Well, as
If
can
you think
tell,
about it, it's like not
since
much you can do
I couldn't
about it.
capture the exact number that it's down, obviously
You're
I don't put that much thought. Look, at the end of the day, the stock price ultimately reflects how we do.
I have a feeling if you were talking about the stock's peak, you might know the number, but
I know that, trust me, I know the trough too. It was 104, and I know the peak, it was 214. We don't manage for the day-to-day stock price. We manage for the long term, and on that basis, we've done great. You do have to measure your stock performance over a long period of time, and over any reasonable period of time, we've outperformed the S&P and we've outperformed our peers. Meaningfully.
over what period of time?
5 years,
Okay.
7 years, 3 years, 10 years. Maybe not 1 year. Even 1 year, I think we've outperformed a number of our competitors. Not that I think that's anything to write home about when you're down. However, I don't argue with the market. You know, the market has re-rated the sector, and I think a lot of stocks are really cheap. But
Fairly, unfairly?
well, again, the market's fair by definition at any given time. Do I think that there's been an overcorrection in certain areas? I do. And if you look at some of the multiples that companies are trading at, and I'll take ourselves out of it so it doesn't sound like I'm selling my book. I think Paramount Global's trading really cheaply. It's got a 4.1% dividend. That doesn't make any sense to me at all for that company.
Warren Buffett made a big.
I think Warner Brothers Discovery is trading really cheaply. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Really?
AMC is trading really cheaply.
Yeah, Warner Bros.
So-
is getting beat up.
So I
pretty badly.
think there's a re-rating, and the market does tend to overcorrect in the same way that there are times when we've certainly seen in the last 3 years some stock prices that were much higher than I would have subscribed to as well. Not necessarily our own, but I've seen companies where the prices made no sense to me whatsoever, and they've corrected, in certain instances overcorrected. So for example, SPACs, I was never a huge fan, but now just the fact that you were de-SPACed and you're a public company now has hurt your valuation.
For sure.
Obviously that will change because eventually you trade on the fundamentals. We too will trade on our fundamentals.
But do you think the SPAC model is going to go away?
Well, I've been skeptical about the SPAC model for a very long time for an array of reasons. And I had to wait around a long time to be right because it was a very powerful run for a long time, but ultimately, yes, it's a really tough model.
Yeah, I think so too. So, but realistically speaking, with your stock down, with the consolidation, do you worry that Take-Two could be a target for acquisition? As big as you are.
As you know me, worry is not actually something, I'm not a big believer
Do you
in worry.
think about,
Not really. We're a public company. All public companies are
Right.
potentially available, and if someone shows up with a meaningful cash offer at a meaningful premium, every public company has to engage whether they like it or not. We like being independent. We've created an enormous amount of value as an independent company. We're now at a scale where we are a major in this business, and there aren't many of them.
Yeah.
And depending on what happens, we're either the number 2 or the number 3 pure play in the space.
Publisher?
Worldwide, developer and publisher. That's a pretty good position to be in. So I think we.
Although that's like a diminishing number, you could argue also that makes you a target because
But to answer the question,
you feel a need for, say, another.
I think there's
larger
every
company.
reason for us to be independent, and independent companies that are creative but at scale tend to do better than divisions of big, massive companies. We've seen that over and over again, and that's why there are conglomerate discounts. There was a period many years ago, decades ago, when conglomerates got a big premium because there was a perception that they would do a great job running all these disparate businesses and generate a lot of value. But in the last 20 years, generally speaking, big conglomerates have taken a discount over the sum of the parts. And so we think it makes sense for us to be independent. However, we're not entirely in charge of that part of our destiny. What we're in charge of is making hits or not, running a great business or not, having a great culture or not. We aim to do all of those things well.
But do you feel that now that you've sort of filled that sort of missing piece of mobile in your business, like you have the main elements that you need to kind of drive the company forward in the way that you would want to, and be a market leader and a leader in innovation, and what was your mission statement? Creativity and efficiency.
You just said it better than I could. All I have to do is take your question and turn it into a declarative. We'll be all set. Yes, that's the goal. Very much what you said.
Yeah, so you feel like that was the kind of the missing piece.
And if you look at our history, so we've been at this at Take-Two for 15 years.
Yeah.
The bulk of our story has been organic growth until the Zynga combination. We did a couple of small acquisitions in mobile to get into that business because we weren't having any luck getting in organically. But the rest of our growth story has all been organic. And I think the bulk of our growth going forward should be organic, unless and until we reach another fulcrum point where we say, you know what, this is a line of business we need to be in. It's a big piece of business. We can't build this piece. We have to buy it. In the case of Zynga, we could not credibly build a mobile business of that scale in any reasonable time frame.
Yeah, yeah. And so we should expect all of the traditional Take-Two titles, the sports, the, you know, all of your games to be now created in a mobile translation, iteration?
No, certainly not.
Not?
No, because not every piece of intellectual property belongs in mobile. Not every piece of intellectual property should be a console title. It depends on
I'm surprised to hear you say that. I mean, I would think that you'd want to use that, you know, scale your IP across all the different ways of delivering that.
Conceptually, you'd love to, but each one stands alone. And so...
So what would you sort of think about bringing into the mobile universe? That
specific titles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to talk about specific titles because we don't even announce them once we are developing them until we're ready to close to releasing them. But we are looking at our entire portfolio of intellectual property, and we have said we would love to bring some core Take-Two IP to Zynga to produce mobile hits out of it. It's a really hard thing to do. It's a really hard thing to do. So one of our competitors has done it really well once, and Call of Duty, and it's great in mobile. It's a wonderful expression of the intellectual property. It was developed by a third-party developer. They did a great job, and it's very successful for Activision Blizzard. But that's once, and most of the time, first of all, mobile has a very low hit ratio as a business, and most of the time, if you try to take a piece of intellectual property from one venue and translate it to another, it's hard. It's hard to create a hit. So we'll do it, I hope, and we'll do it very selectively and focus and make sure that we enhance our odds of success to the extent that we're able to. But we won't do it across the board.
I also wanted to ask you about, generally speaking, most times in the past 5 or 6 years, we've talked about gaming as a sector as we compare it to, say, film or television, and we've just watched gaming overtake by massive numbers in terms of revenue, users, pick a metric, film and television. Even, I think that's probably true, even, I haven't looked closely since all these streaming services came online, and they're all going to end up, I think, cannibalizing each other at the end of the day.
We talked about that the last time we spoke, actually.
Remind me what we said. What I
said about streaming services, I said there would not be one winner takes all, and there will be a lot of failures.
Yeah. Well, now that you see all the streaming services that are out there and you use them, and since you have no dog in the hunt, which do you think will survive and which do you think might not make it?
Well, I'm probably not going to be critical of any of my friends, but I wouldn't bet against Netflix. I wouldn't bet against Disney. Netflix and Disney are very well positioned because they both have a lot of scale in programming, both library and original. I think if, to the extent that you have smaller scale, it will be more challenging. So Disney, acquires Fox. They have massive scale on the library side and have really important ongoing production, and they speak to kids, and kids are kind of the Barker for streaming services into the household. They're the glue in the household too. You may decide you want to, churn away, but your kids don't want to. So that's a real advantage for Disney, and Netflix, of course, has this massive subscriber base and great creativity and first position.
Right.
I'm not counting out the other folks. I just think it's just going to be hard. And
by which you mean Peacock?
Yeah, exactly.
Paramount Plus.
Precisely. And I think it will be challenging. And I think you can't bet the whole company on streaming. And that's the big shift that you're going to see in the next few years. There are a couple things I believe will happen It's a relatively unpopular view, but I'm happy to share them. One is that
The less popular, the better, please. Thank you.
You know, production spending is going to go down. Now, the history of
Yeah, I
production
think that's
spending in
for sure.
Hollywood is it has,
Gone
for
up and up
decades,
and up.
inexorably gone up at a rate more rapid than the growth in GDP. That's not going to happen for the next few years. There's going to be a retrenchment. Why is there a retrenchment? Because all of the streaming services believe, look, we're going to do everything in-house that we can. We're not going to distribute outside. We're going to have a walled garden because what we care is subscribers. We care about as subscribers because that's what Wall Street cares about, and they're going to value us that way. And Wall Street's turning around now and saying, actually, now that we think about it, we are concerned about cash flow. We are concerned about profitability, not just your number of subs. And people are going to have to start thinking that way again. All of these companies will have to think that way. The second problem has been the belief that just spending money on production would acquire subs is going to be offset by reality. And reality is people are going to churn. You know, they don't want 10 services. They'll binge something on one service, they'll finish binging, they will easily churn out because you can do it easily. They'll churn into another service, then they may come back.
I just want to interrupt for 1 second, and I'll let you continue, but it's so funny because we are presenting research at TheGrill that says exactly that. It's a new study that we're presenting on day 2.
I didn't even have to wait for the study.
Yeah, you just sort of feel it, but that is what's happening. The idea that you are now like a annual subscriber to any streaming service, including Netflix and Disney, is no longer kind of something you can count on, and that
Right.
people are going to hop around because we're not going to
So
subscribe.
here's what happens.
Yeah.
What happens is we've gone to all this effort to create streaming with the goal of big entertainment companies going direct to consumer and not having intermediaries. And with all this effort and all this money, we're going back to pay-per-view, essentially.
Yeah.
Essentially, we're going
Right.
back to pay-per-view. So I believe that basically everyone in the business is going to have to do what we've always done in the business, which is we'll have our own services that speak to consumers, perhaps through wholesale, perhaps direct to consumer. There's no reason not to be wholesale as well, if that makes sense for a reason.
You mean like
And
a Roku
cable,
or whatever? Yeah.
Cable, Roku,
Right,
whatever
right.
consumers want, wherever they want to be, as long as the terms
DirecTV
make sense. And we will also distribute off-network when we make great programming that's already run on our network. We're not going to be able to keep everything in-house. The final point I was making is production spending has to decline because people were justifying production spending because that was allowing them to acquire subs. But if people are churning more than you expected, then your metrics are all off, because your metrics in this direct-to-consumer game
Are
are
unpredictable.
your cost of acquisition,
Right.
your percent churn in a year, yielding your
X
lifetime
number.
value. And if you
Just have this
underestimated your churn, you underestimated your acquisition cost, you overestimated your lifetime value, which is
Right.
your cash flow. And so what happens is what's got to change there? What has to change is the production spending.
Okay, but that can become a death spiral, I would say, because the less you spend on production, the lower quality.
So it's not a death spiral because people are overspending, because production spending
well,
has
that's-
gone up so much.
Yeah, but we already have the kind of tyranny of mediocrity across the streaming services, which
I mean, there's an element of that, but I think that comes from spending too much, not too little. In other
Too
words,
much?
Yes, in other words, I think because production spending blew up so much, so many hours were produced, that we got back to mediocrity as opposed to doing what HBO historically did, which is spend a lot of money on really great stuff. And that's what we need to do.
it's multi-layered, because one of the things we're doing at TheGrill this year is talking to producers about how they are not incentivized properly in this kind of
That's gonna
business
change too.
ecosystem. Oh, really? How's that going to change? The producers will be very happy to hear that. Wow.
Because
wow.
you know, again, when the world goes back to more limited spending, everyone's going to want the best stuff made by the best people. And because they're not going to be able to take the same economic risk, because Wall Street's not going to bail you out based on the number of subs you have, people are going to want to share the risk, and share the risk, you got to have back ends. And we'll go from, you know, this cost plus program that
That's
was
right.
implemented a few years ago,
That's right.
back to a back end program for two reasons.
That the streamers are going to have to do about how do you do a back end when you don't have
They are going to
receipts?
be distributing off network, to my point
Oh,
earlier.
I see.
They will
Okay.
have receipts. They're going to have to. They're all going to have to say, we're going to have a network run effectively, and there'll be off network runs. We can't just keep it all
I mean, the truth is
inside.
also they know how many people are streaming any given show,
Yes,
so
of
they
course.
could have it, but they don't
They could have a
share it.
synthetic backend. But
Yeah.
the point I'm making is they'll have an actual economic backend as well. Because everyone, in my opinion, over time will see
All right,
we
folks,
can do both.
we heard that here first. That's really cool. I mean,
maybe right, maybe wrong.
I think it's interesting. So in that, so final question then, where does gaming live? Where I started with this before we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole on streaming was that gaming had sort of far surpassed as a sector, right, film and television,
And is growing more rapidly.
and has been growing more rapidly.
Will continue
probably a
to.
decade, I would say, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little depressing if you.
Not to me.
not to you, which is why we love talking to you at the Grill. Has that, and then you had this like even more growth during the pandemic. So has it topped out in your opinion? Like how much bigger can gaming get? Like are you at a ceiling and then you just keep, which is a very, very healthy ceiling. There's nothing
No,
wrong
not
with
even
it.
close.
You
Because
feel
the
that it's not
age of
close?
an average gamer is still 36, 37, 38.
Right.
And people consume for the rest of their lives the entertainment they fell in love with at the age of 17. They don't churn away. You know that yourself. The music we love most is the music we loved when we were 17. That which we engaged in as a teenager, that's what we engage in as an adult. Maybe a different level of volume, or actual volume and the amount we consume. And that will be true for interactive entertainment. So our cohort is going to continue to
age and grow and then bring in new.
So
new
when you
people.
can make this point, when our cohort's
Is
average
60?
age is 60, exactly, then you can say, okay, so mathematically you're probably reaching your asymptote and your growth will look like everyone else's growth in entertainment, which is close to the rate of GDP growth, roughly. But we're not there yet. So we should be growing for the next 20 years disproportionately.
Wow.
Now that doesn't mean Take-Two grows at that rate. We only grow if we put out hits. And so do our competitors. But we do have this backdrop of tailwinds that really help us and allow us to take measured risks and do really exciting things.
So the stock is cheap, relatively speaking.
Well, again, I never promote the stock because the stock is a function of what we do.
No, I did
not
that
a
for
driver
you.
of what we do. Yeah, I'll let you do it.
Great. Well, Strauss Elder, thank you so much
Thanks for having
coming
me.
to the Grill. It's a super interesting time. It's hard to keep up with the pace of change, honestly. So it's worth checking in from time to time and seeing how it's going to change, in the future, because nothing seems to stand still anymore.
And that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Foster, and I'm excited to once again be moderating a panel, although this is more of a discussion between myself and Mark Weinstock, who is the president of Global Marketing and Distribution for Paramount Pictures, having an incredible year, someone I've worked with and respect immensely. And so we're just going to kind of have a chat about the theatrical business, how the theatrical business exists within the context of the streaming business and vice versa, and some of the incredible things that have happened so far this year, with hopefully more to come for Mark and Paramount. So Mark, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. All right, so let's just get going. So first of all, congratulations on the amazing year between Sonic and Lost City and obviously Maverick and this amazing weekend that you just had on Smile, which continued every starting on Thursday night. It was a little bit better than people thought, and Friday was a little bit better, and Saturday was a little bit better, and Sunday was a little bit better. So congratulations on that. You are the story so far this year for getting people back into the movies, and particularly movie goers. We sometimes in LA like to talk about how important it is for those of us that make our living on it, but we only make our living on it based on people around the world who actually go. So let's talk just on a very high level about the year that you've had and why you think it's happened and what you can continue to do to make it happen in 2023.
Of course. It has been an incredible year. Thank you for all that. It's interesting. The year started, we were a little nervous with Scream because another variant had hit in December. And we looked at the data and said, you know what? We think that audience is specifically the 18 to 34-year-old audience was ready to go back to movies, and we went with it. We had the confidence, and we released in January. Huge number. It felt great, which gave us the confidence to keep going. Jackass the next month, same audience structure, 18 to 34. Then, we go into March and we have Lost City, which is, fantastic romantic comedy that genre had not been doing really well lately at the box office. And based on our research, older women were not returning to the theater like we had hoped. But we felt really strong about it. We had actually moved it up. We were later in the year, but we moved it up to March, seeing a hole in the marketplace. And I know the exhibition community was very, very happy for us to move up. And I thought the team came with a great campaign. We had an amazing cast doing a lot of publicity for us. And we did really, really well with that. Once that happened, other studios were looking at the family business, and they were some were putting them on streamers, some were getting a little nervous. It was the one audience that no one was sure was going to come right back, the family audience. And we had a winner in Sonic, a fantastic movie, great franchise. And, we had a lot of conversations. Do we move it? Do we push it? And we said, you know what? We feel good. We looked at the data again, gave us comfort. And we pushed the button, and it was huge. And we opened over $70 million on a non-holiday regular weekend in April, which was just an amazing result for us. The movie did over 400 globally. So that felt good. And then came Top Gun, which, Greg, you and I have had many conversations about. A movie that we had moved 5 times until we landed on this release date. And you know what happened with that, largest movie in Paramount history and Tom Cruise's biggest movie. Just a fantastic result. And then the latest one, Smile, is, it's great. I love a good horror film, and first-time director, made a great movie. Brian gave the go-ahead. My boss, Brian Robbins, said, you know what, let's go theatrical. Let's do it. And it was great. I opened #1, and we're enjoying a very good drop this weekend too. So.
Great. Well, we've got to really focus for a second on Maverick, because Maverick is, first of all, it's an amazing movie. You mentioned we've talked about it for a long time. Maverick was actually a movie. I haven't been at IMAX in almost 4 years, and Maverick was a movie that I was working on at IMAX. So it shows how long it's been to get to where it is. It's obviously a fantastic film, incredibly crafted by Tom, by Joe Kaczynski, amazing director, McHugh, Jerry Bruckheimer, so many others, and your team. Take a moment to tell us how Maverick, in the world that we live in today, where it's just kind of instantaneous come and go, right? You have a movie, it opens up in 4,000 screens domestically, which is really like 10 or 11,000 or 12,000 auditoriums on a big title. You've got a multiple of that internationally. These things play. You can see it at 7 o'clock, 7:15, 7:45, 8 o'clock, right? There's 6, 7, 8 shows in each complex, especially on the opening weekend. So these movies are fast burns, even great ones. They're fast burns. Yet Maverick was the #1 movie on Memorial Day weekend, the #1 movie on Labor Day. It's now theatrically knocking on the door of 1.5 million globally. We're still, consumer behavior has changed. It would be dishonest to say that it hasn't, even for those of us that love the theatrical business as much as we do. It's almost $500 million more than the second place film. What happened? Fire away. What happened?
I mean, the first time we saw this movie at the first screening, left that theater and said, that is a perfect movie. A perfect movie. I worked on almost 400 movies in my life, and it's a perfect movie. It is absolutely 100%, like, I can find no fault in it. It's literally an amazing accomplishment. And if you look at like Tom's track record, his movies have great multiples. They just always have. Mission, all of his movies, if you look up and down, what he's done, they really have great multiples. So you take that, you take a perfect movie, you take an audience that wanted this movie. I think, we've been through a lot with COVID and everything that's been happening in our lives. And nobody that I know walks out of that movie in a worse mood. You leave that theater like, wow, that was amazing. I want to see it again. That's people's first reaction. Like, I can't wait to see it again. And so we were sitting on this movie for years because waiting for that perfect time to unleash it. And that was difficult. That was really hard. We knew we had this perfect gem waiting to go. So that was the tricky part for us because we were so anxious. And, we were so excited to finally put it out in May. I think we had a great campaign. We really broke through in the zeitgeist. But when you have a movie this strong, a big part of our campaign was just screening it to as many people as possible. We started at CinemaCon. That was the first, public unveiling of the movie. No better place than to show a couple of thousand exhibitors all at the same time. And it was rapturous. It was right then and there. You're like, oh my God, this is great. And, a couple of days later, went to San Diego, went on the aircraft carrier, had a fantastic premiere. And once again, another 1,200, 1,500 people saw the movie and same reaction. It was like, okay, this is great. This is fantastic. And then we're like, all right, now we're going to go overseas. Let's see how we do there. We go to Cannes. And, Cannes can be tricky for some movies. Not a home run, slam dunk, easy.
And Top Gun, you wouldn't say in the sort of smarty pants world of Cannes would be the obvious choice.
Yep. And you're sitting in that screening in Cannes, and there's a moment in the movie where you've seen it work in every screening up to that point, and you're waiting, and it worked there. And I was like, okay, we're there. This is global. This can be amazing. And then the final, I don't want to say test because we believed in the movie to every degree, was the royal premiere in London. Because once again, you just never know. Like there was an amazing audience in that theater, sitting there with the royal family, and it played huge. And we just knew this is gold. And so I'm not going to say our job was easy, but it's a lot easier when you have a perfect film.
Right.
And I think that's a testament to why it worked throughout the summer. When movies come out and you hear yeah, that movie's good, but have you seen Top Gun yet? And you're like, all right, I'll go see it. That was kind of the conversation that happened throughout summer.
I have some more questions about that, but one of the things I want to add is that there was also a territory that's a significant territory conspicuously missing from the release. Imagine what the release would have been if it had actually been in China, which is, loves Tom Cruise. He's always been incredible there. Yep. And it, through no fault of anyone's, at least anyone at Paramount or the Top Gun team, it wasn't released there. So that to me makes it even more remarkable, because I think there's a fair shot that it would have gotten near $2 billion if that had been a part of it, or at least close to it.
Yeah, for sure.
You moved the release date a handful of times. I know that COVID had a lot to do with that. Many felt, because I got some of the calls, that you made a mistake moving it out of November of 2021. And yet you and Chris Aronson and Brian, who you mentioned, and Mark Vian said, no, we're going to move it out, and we're going to move it to this date in May, which was just 2 weeks before Jurassic. So you obviously were incredibly confident, but it was also a bold move. Why not November? And which, again, you guys all made the right decision. But why not November when I know you were getting a lot of pressure, and instead May, 6 months later when everyone was dying for movies?
No. Obviously, COVID was a factor. Another variant had come in, and you look at all the data, and when a certain portion of the audience, and I believe at that time, I want to recollect that we were only at 68% positive, the NRG measure that we look at where people's movie-going comfort is. And so when you have a third of the audience saying, I'm not so sure I'm ready to go back to theaters, that really makes you question. But the real answer, I have to say, is the DNA of this movie was always a summer movie. It really was. That was our initial date. And we were very sad to leave our initial date when we were opening in end of June, right up into the July 4th holiday. And so when we had moved a couple of times, November would have been great, but we always wanted it. We knew it would play all summer. We really did. It feels like a summer movie. The beach scenes, it was just made for that. And so with the data we looked at, and just knowing that we could really be successful in the summer, we wanted to grab it.
So one more Maverick question, maybe two. Tom Cruise, along with, I think, Chris Nolan, are the best at sort of boldly showing, proudly showing their love for the theatrical experience. What role did Tom play in this? I know he's Tom Cruise. He's the world's biggest movie star, but I know he's also involved in absolutely everything that happens on this movie. I've worked with him so many times. He's one of my favorite people that I've ever worked with by far, because he cares so much. What specifically did he do to make this movie accessible to everyone? I'm leading the witness a little bit because I think his social media kind of clips that went out there showing him in a movie theater, not seeing Top Gun, seeing something else, and kind of saying, I'm here, I'm enjoying this, this is how I like coming to this is what I like doing, helped make that 68% a little bit higher. But how did he take charge of this and just turn it into what it became?
I mean, he's a force. Like, he is absolutely amazing. This is my first film working with him, and he's literally the smartest person in the room. And seeing what he does by going to every territory that we asked him to do, like, he's amazing, and he shakes everyone's hands. He is so in it. And to do the video that he did in front of the movie, which we loved. That was, we got so many calls and emails about how amazing that was and how personal it was. And it's not a show. Like, he's been this movie for 36 years. He's been, waiting to do this film, and he had to wait for like the perfect everything. And so another reason why we waited for the perfect time. But he's such a force to be around in terms of, like, everything that he did it to the best that it could be done. Like, there's no shortcuts. Like, it's 100% the best possible thing. And it's like every tour, every trailer, everything, it's like, if he loved it, we loved it, we're good. Like, he's got such a high bar for everything, which I love, because we all do. We all want to be the best at what we do. And it's like, he is. So, we just try to keep up with him.
So one of the things that's going on in the theatrical business that is helping kind of put your best foot forward is everything regarding premium. And, I'm obviously biased about it because of my many years at IMAX. But by the way, I think this was one of the movies, maybe the top 2 or 3 that I've heard. And again, I mentioned Chris earlier. You got to see Maverick in IMAX. I think probably the camera program had a lot to do with that, but I also think it's just the place to see it, as are, I know there are other ones. There's Dolby and there's ScreenX and there's XD, et cetera. How much did you guys lean on that, and how much of an impact did it have, do you think, on sustaining it over time? Because if you saw it once, maybe in a regular theater, you then had to go see it in an IMAX theater, or vice versa.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it was a big part of our campaign. We had a quote early, right after we just started screening it, and it was literally, see it in the biggest theater possible. And that was sort of our mantra. That was our big campaign hook, in terms of, if you're going to see this movie, you got to go to the biggest theater possible. And it is an experience. Like, I think I've seen the film 12 or 13 times in a theater, and it's amazing. I mean, when you do see it in the biggest screen, and that sound, and it just sort of, roars, it's incredible. So that was a huge part of, what we did. We made sure that whenever we screened the movie, whether it was for press or just our early word of mouth screenings or creators or influencers, always in a big format theater. And you could see in the grosses, I mean, it was a huge part of where our gross is. I think the stat is 3% of our theaters were large format, and it was 20% of our gross.
Yeah, and again, I think it's particularly amazing because Jurassic came out 2 weeks later. But you guys, you were kind of in a way, the turtle, not the rabbit. You opened up really well. Then you kind of dipped for a little bit when Jurassic was there, but then you came back to being number 1. Then something else happened, another movie, and you dipped a little bit, and then you came back as being number 1. So it's amazing. All right, so we've got to get streaming in here and how these things coexist. So I'm going to give you some facts, and would love your kind of feedback on it. So there's clearly evidence that theatrical and streaming can coexist. We know that about 60% of consumers are more likely to stream a movie when they knew it had already been released in theaters. That's kind of gives it the good housekeeping seal of approval. We know that 60% of consumers who visited a theater more than 8 times a year also stream 8 or more hours per week and are the streaming business's most loyal customers. And we know that about 40% of moviegoers agree that seeing a movie advertised for a theatrical release increase their desire to also see it at home. So they can coexist, yet there is no question that consumer behavior has changed, particularly with streaming having more of a presence with dramas and comedies, and Hollywood big blockbuster titles that are action-packed or IP-based having a little bit of a better time in the theatrical market. What is the right pacing, the right sequencing? How much does streaming affect the decision to release a movie and when to release a movie? And how do you, as a company that has Paramount plus obviously Paramount Pictures, which is just completely killing it right now, how do you guys do that dance to make sure that you satisfy both audiences?
Yep, for sure. I mean, every movie has its own sort of pace, but we do like the 45-day window. We do think that's most effective for most of our movies, not every movie. You get a big theatrical wow, a pop. For our campaigns, we really want to enter into the zeitgeist and sort of be part of the culture. And when we do that, 45 days later, when it appears on the service, it does very well. So we kind of get bites of both apples, because the box office, it literally drives the streaming. People are so like, they'll see it again at home. So it's not exclusive like, I'll wait. I don't think people waited 45 days. I actually think it's the perfect amount. They want to be part of the conversation when the movie comes out. And then either you couldn't make it to theater and you'll see it later, or you want to see it again on streaming. And there's, two recent movies for us that's sort of a testament to that. Both Sonic and Lost City, incredibly performed very, very well on the service. I think Lost City is, if I'm not mistaken, the most streamed movie on the service. Mm-hmm. And so you take a really good box office result, really good home entertainment result, and a great streaming result. It's kind of like all boats are lifted. And we really like that. I think that's the best strategy for us.
Do you feel that you've had to change the programming decisions for films theatrically because of what's happening with streaming? Or do you really just, Lost City was an action picture in a lot of ways, but it was also a romantic comedy. Are you pulling back on certain kind of movies? I know it's not your movie, but what happened this weekend, for instance, with Bros was kind of interesting. I don't think anyone thought it was gonna, people seem to really like it who saw it. I'm gonna see it. I haven't seen it yet, but I think everyone was a little bit surprised at the level that it didn't work. What do you think about romantic comedies and about comedies playing theatrically?
I love romantic comedies, always have throughout my career. I think they're tough because they have to be super clever. They have to be well cast. You want to see the two stars
chemistry.
Get together. Yeah, the chemistry. I love that genre. And, the streamers for a while kind of took it over. I'm not sure they made the best versions of those movies. And I still 100% believe in the theatricality of that. I love comedies too. Worked on a lot of them in my career. I think they're risky because you got to nail them. They can't be funny. They have to be hilarious. They have to be like, stop what you're doing, go see this movie, go get a babysitter. I got to go to the theater and I got to see that movie. So it's difficult to pull off. But when you have a great comedy, it can play forever. So I think comedies are going to make a comeback theatrically. I really do. So I look at it this way. If you can laugh, if you can cry, if you can be wowed, or if you can be scared in the theater, then I would make that movie, because that is why people go, to have that communal experience.
So one other kind of genre title, and then I want to get to a bigger macro issue. So family titles, especially animation films. So, when my kids were growing up, my kids are a little older than your kids, both have 3 boys, but nevertheless, seeing animation movies, seeing Pixar movies was just, they went on the opening weekend. It wasn't really a choice. Now, often, animated movies and family movies aren't even released theatrically, even though they may cost 100, 150, even $200 million. Is there a comeback left in that? I know there are certain titles. I can hear people watching this saying, yeah, but this movie did that. And, there's always exceptions. But unfortunately, there seems to be a little bit more of a trend. And we also see it with companies like Disney, who, that's one of their core businesses, who sometimes are pulling back on releasing family movies theatrically. I don't know if I was surprised that Hocus Pocus 2 didn't come out theatrically, but it startled me, because I remember when it came out and it was hugely successful. And even though it's a kid's movie, so to speak, it's with Bette Midler and Sarah Jessica Parker and Kathy, it harkens back to when we all saw it, which most everyone did, in a theater. So where do family movies fit in the theatrical streaming paradigm, you think, going forward? Are we still adjusting because of the COVID situation, or is this the new norm?
I think there's a little adjusting happening. We had huge success with Sonic, obviously not animated, but definitely a family movie, plays general and family. But, we have a movie coming up next year that I'm so excited about, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm telling you, it is going to be a massive hit. It is hysterical. Seth Rogen's, he's in charge of the movie. It's just going to be great. And I know that movie's going to be a hit. It's just going to be a hit. And so I completely believe in animation. I do think audiences will become more discerning. I think when you have an original idea, it is more difficult to get it out into the marketplace. So I could see some people being, not shy about it, but just careful about how they put it out into the world. But I think animation, if you hit it right, is huge. As obviously, Minions is a big, huge franchise, but it did pretty well. And I love animation, so I think it's going to do well. I think there's going to be less of it. It'll be curious to see what happens. Is DreamWorks going to continue to make movies under Universal? Fox used to make a ton of animated movies. Are they now stopping because of Disney? So in that world, we used to have, felt like an animated movie almost every month or every 4 weeks. I think that's going to slow down. I think you're going to have less animated movies, and I think they'll probably ultimately do better.
I think that's the next key question, and maybe even the last one as we kind of get close to wrapping up. 2019 was the last pre-pandemic year. There were 9 global billion-dollar movies. Everyone said 2022 is going to be the first year that's kind of back to normal. So far, and we just made the second one with Jurassic World, which took a while to get to, but we have 2. And for the calendar year, maybe, hopefully with Wakanda, I suspect we'll have 3. I hope we have more, but who knows? Right. We've got exhibitors who are just craving as many titles as possible, and still COVID has something to do with this. There aren't as many movies coming out theatrically. It's a pretty significant difference. Where do you think things head? You obviously have a key job at an important studio. Is the volume going to pick up, or is this the new norm?
I think there'll be bigger movies coming. There might be fewer titles and fewer movies in certain genres, but there's not going to be a slowing down of making of movies. We're increasing our slate, as Brian has said before. Like I said, I think every genre, comedies are going to come back. I think animated movies are going to be back in a big way. Obviously, the big action tentpoles, horror films have never gone out of style. So I don't see people making a lot less movies. I think it's going to do better. I think the Screen X, 40X stuff is going to be huge. I think people really like to have that experience, especially with some of these movies.
I know Maverick was extremely successful in Screen X, 40X. I think it was, IMAX obviously is in a different league, but I think Screen X, 40X, that was Maverick was a little bit of its coming out party.
Yeah, it's approaching almost $60 million, which is by far the biggest that they've ever had, and that I think is going to grow year after year. So I think as the business grows into I want to see movies, big movies, small movies. I just want to go to the movies. I still think we'll continue. It's a good time to be in the business. I really do. I really believe it.
What about 3D?
I think 3D is tricky. It's Avatar is going to bring it back in a big way. That's what we're feeling. He's a master at filmmaker, and especially with 3D. So I think you'll have a resurgence of 3D post Avatar. Definitely internationally stronger than domestically. But once again, it's title specific. Do I really want to go be immersed in that world in 3D?
For Avatar, absolutely. I mean, everyone's going to want to see it.
And I think other titles coming down too, that you're gonna want to be in that world. Right. So
cool. Well, thanks. We've hit our 30 minutes or so. Always fun talking. We get to talk all the time anyway, but it's nice to talk in front of other people. So I appreciate you, and congratulations again. And to all of those watching, I hope you enjoyed our conversation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Hello, my name is Ivy Kagan Bierman. I'm a partner in the entertainment group at Loeb and Loeb, and I'm also the chair of our entertainment labor group. I am so thrilled to be given the opportunity to moderate this amazing panel. When the Roe v. Wade decision came out from the Supreme Court, it sent shockwaves through the world and certainly through the entertainment industry as well. And we have with us great panelists that are going to help us discuss the ramifications of Roe v. Wade in the entertainment industry and what the entertainment industry has done in response, and perhaps what the entertainment industry still needs to do as we move forward in dealing with this decision. So I'd like to briefly introduce the panelists. You can read more about them. They're all illustrious and wonderful women, but I'm going to keep it brief because we have so much to talk about. So let me start first with Kirsten Schaefer, who is the CEO of Women in Film, also referred to as WIF. I'd also like to introduce Nicole Jefferson, a prolific writer-producer. And for those of you who don't know her, Jodie Sweetin, an actor, an entertainer, and also a producer. Thank you to all of you for agreeing to do this today. So we had a prior conversation, and I want today to be very much the same type of, I say it's almost like we're a talk show, same type of conversational. So feel free to jump in and respond to things that other people say. It doesn't have to all come from me. So when the decision first came down, the entertainment industry responded rather quickly. And I know, Kirsten, that WIF came out very quickly with a statement, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit about the decision to come out with a statement and the substance of that statement.
Sure. I mean, we knew that the decision was going to come down sometime at the end of June, because that's often when those decisions happen. So we had a little time to think through it, and knew that it was important for us to come out and support all of the women who work in the industry, many of whom are in states, work in states where abortion is prohibited, illegal, criminalized. And so we wanted both to support those workers and push the industry to do the same.
So, Kirsten, in addition to putting out the statement that you put out, I think you mentioned when we last spoke about trying to provide some resources. Can you talk a little bit about that as well?
Yes. We pulled together a list of resources that are available on our website that we're continually updating, that let people know where they can go for support within the unions, within their companies, and then in certain regions, just other kinds of support.
And do you happen to know whether women are actually taking advantage of the fact that you've provided these resources? Have you gotten any feedback on that from your staff?
I know that people, we can tell from the clicks that people are definitely on the website looking at them. We don't know how many people have called their companies or have had abortions, while they've been in production or at work. but I think other people on this call maybe have some more direct experience with that.
So in addition to what you did, coming out with a statement, and the entertainment companies, some of them came out with statements as well. Some studios and some networks came out with some statements. Obviously, the guilds and unions came out with some statements. Nicole, as a writer-producer in the industry, when you first heard about the decision and you saw how the industry was responding, what did you think?
Well, I think that I actually feel that the industry response has been a little muted, if we're being candid. And the issue though is that this is a very complicated, very multi-layered situation that has different outcomes depending upon your vantage point and depending upon what aspect of the industry you're working in or what state you're working in. And so I think it's really difficult to have one specific response. I think that we can't look at one specific response across the board that will fix everything. I had the pleasure of hearing Anita Hill speak about this. And, one of the things that she said is that this is going to be a long, ugly, drawn out fight that, may take 50 years to get us back to where we were. And so I think that, any response certainly is welcome and appreciated. But at the same time, I don't expect that any network or studio or company is going to be fully, okay, this is everything that we're doing, coming, on day one after the decision, because again, it's an unfolding situation. But I do think that I'm a little disappointed in the response throughout the country. Actually, I think that there hasn't been the level of outrage and defiance that I think these laws require. And I absolutely personally feel that most people are probably not connected to how it's going to affect them personally. I think that, I think there has been a lot of, even in some of the people that I've spoken to, not really kind of digesting all of the levels that many of these laws will take in terms of, it's beyond abortion. It's about criminalizing women's health. It's about criminalizing, women. And it's about stealing basic human rights from us all.
Jody, love to hear from you as someone who is an actress and a producer working on a production. I think you mentioned you worked in some hostile abortion states. What do you think also could be helpful in terms of providing real support for women who are on productions and find themselves needing an abortion?
Well, I think that much like Nicole and Kirsten have talked about, this is such a multi-layered issue. So, no matter what the unions do, if they're in a state that is, hostile to abortions, you can't have someone on the production then be, putting themselves in a criminal position and all these sorts of things. And who do you, like you said, privacy, who do you tell? I think that we're going to have to somehow come up with a network throughout the states that is a safe place for women to call, for women to go, for women's healthcare issues, that is in partnership with the union perhaps, but not necessarily of the union. I don't know. I just know that there are a lot of things that the unions and the studios don't want to necessarily participate in, and I understand the hands are sort of tied. But I do think that women on set need a place and someone that they can call, and a representative to know I'm on set at, much like we do with sexual harassment hotlines or, other work problem hotlines. We need to have a place that women can call and say, I'm in Georgia, I'm in Kentucky, or I'm whatever, and I'm working and I need an abortion, or I'm having a miscarriage and I need, what are the steps I take? And there needs to be definite action steps of, okay, this person, gets a personal time off, how many days, things like that. I think that we just sort of need to codify, but do it along with an external organization that can hopefully create a network so that people are supported no matter where that they are.
Well, and I think, Kirsten, you had talked about, women in film or WIF certainly had the sexual harassment hotline. And I know working with Time's Up, that certainly the commission that was started by Anita Hill and Kathleen Kennedy and Nina Shaw, also working on hotlines and ability to report. What makes it so complicated is what Nicole talked about, and I think you just mentioned it again as well, Jody, the criminalization. And so how do you get, Kirsten, I'd love you to address this a bit, how, from your perspective, how do you get people to be comfortable? How do you get an organization to be comfortable to have some type of hotline where people can report? Or do we need to maybe look to an existing organization that is, fighting against this decision in light of the criminality that we're fearful of?
Well, I think one thing that's really unique about this situation is that the public opinion around the right to choose, the right to have an abortion is like, there's a huge gap between what the public thinks and where the laws are going or are at in a number of states. And so unlike many other activities that are criminalized, this one, I think, I'm going to say most people believe should not be. And so, I do think that that's a starting place for people to be able to make those calls. As far as building trust, I think one of the things that's really unique about our sexual harassment helpline is that it's not connected to any studio or network or company. It is totally autonomous and staffed by trauma-informed professionals who have a lot of resources available to provide to callers. And I think something similar is going to be needed in this space. I think what may be tricky in probably that helpline needs to be physically situated in a state where abortion is safe and legal. And then most likely the helpline responders, will also be safe.
Nicole, you were talking about, policies, and Jody, you were talking about some of the things that people are not necessarily thinking about, such as the person who needs that abortion is going to need some time to travel to the place to get the abortion, have some recovery time. That person may need to be replaced on the set. These were things you both discussed with me. So hopefully in fleshing that out a little bit, maybe we can make a difference for those who hear this panel in terms of policies. Jody, I think you wanted to jump in.
I did, and I almost forgot what I was going to say. I was talking about like what Kirsten was talking about with sort of the external, having it completely autonomous. I think that's something that's really important because this is such a sensitive issue, much like sexual harassment. This is an issue that unfortunately so many women have shame around, and there's so much stigma. To make sure that they can speak with someone outside of the production, so that they know that they're immediately calling a safe person. They're not having to go to a production manager or another producer or someone and take that chance that, like, what if this person is not on the same page? Then what happens? So I think it's really important, like what Christian was saying, that we have an external autonomous source, and it may even have to come down to researching state by state and local areas, because there are organizations in abortion-friendly states that will help, and they're volunteers that will help people get across state lines to abortion-friendly places. And so, it's trying to find those, and it may vary from state to state. There may be just needs to be a comprehensive list of resources and some communication.
Nicole, do you want to jump in a bit? You were talking about, you think that we haven't come far enough yet. And so we've been talking about some of these issues and these concerns. Do you have some thoughts about what the entertainment industry could be doing as we move forward with this and try to navigate this?
Sure. I would like to piggyback off of what was said, though, about, I agree that there definitely needs to be, external resources for women, and there are. There's lots of organizations, one of which is I've donated to is the National Network for Abortion Funds that connect all sorts of abortion support services all across the country into one fund. So it's a one-stop place for people to donate to, as well as then there's regional offices and different organizations that address different people's needs or different services. So I guess one of the things that I just want to clarify is that, a lot of those networks and that a lot of this work has been being done for a really long time. And there are a lot of people who are really skilled and, perhaps maybe in our chat or something however this panel is being presented, perhaps we can, list some of those resources for people. So I think, while it is important that we do that, there is the piece, especially, as someone who, produces TV, has worked on productions, who's had people come to me when they needed to get abortions, who's had to reschedule around certain, people's procedures and stuff. While, I don't want to also, I do think that there does need to be on the production level and certainly on the network or studio level, there also needs to be a similar kind of resource or helpline, because, somebody can't just disappear for a week and not tell somebody. I mean, and again, this is where this becomes a very complicated and sticky situation, because there are privacy issues, as Jody mentioned. The people in charge might not be supportive or necessarily, a safe, feel like a safe space to, people might worry about their job security behind that. So, these are some of, if not, many other issues, just all the emergency services around it. Yes, women give birth every day, but there are always through, from the beginning of time, complications and dangers that are involved with giving birth. And, so even just the level of being able to address emergency situations needs to be something that the industry addresses. And I think that, like I said, people are having conversations and people are putting their heads together. But they're difficult situations, again, because, you kind of have to address different things for different jurisdictions and different laws. And also, not every state has the same kind of production needs or the production demands. And that's a real issue too. But something else that I wanted to address, and as I stated before, like just all of the ways in which this issue is not just about people who can get pregnant. It also really is about healthcare. And, we're already looking at a severely damaged healthcare system in this country that was already flawed from the beginning. Now, because of COVID, we've had a mass exodus of doctors, of nurses, of medical professionals from the industry, just who are exhausted, who are burnt out. And we also have a real, problem in this country in terms of having, actual quality healthcare in isolated places and rural places. And in different cities that have, that might not necessarily be as rich or well funded as, our major cities and capitals. So we're already coming into this situation with in terms of, looking, having real serious problems in our healthcare system, and then to actually criminalize doctors. Some of the laws, in some of the states actually are targeting the doctors that would perform the abortions or the healthcare, or give the hormones, or give the Plan C pills. So we're asking people who've already been stretched to their limits to now risk jail time, fines, criminal prosecution, just to help people. I mean, that's a lot to ask. And so I think that one of the things that we're all going to experience across the board is there's going to be less doctors. People are going to opt out. People aren't going to want to take those risks. They aren't going to, it's just not worth it. So I think that, when even if you see yourself as, well, I'm not a person who can get pregnant. Yeah, but you might be somebody who might not be able to get a doctor when it comes down to it. If you're shooting in these states, it might be very difficult to find a medic that will work, on set. It might, there's all sorts of extenuating circumstances that, again, are going to affect us all.
So Nicole, what's really interesting, about that is many things are interesting about that. But one of the things that we talked about previously when we were preparing for this, I raised the question with all of you about, should A-listers, people like Jody, should actors, should producers, directors, should, A-listers say, I don't want to produce my TV show or my film in that particular location? And should companies say, we're going to boycott certain locations? And it was very interesting to hear your perspectives on that. So I'd love to now move in that direction, knowing that we're already seeing, as Nicole, as you said, people are leaving those states. Good doctors are leaving. People are leaving. Do we think it's a good thing for the entertainment industry to potentially only do productions in states that are friendly to and support a woman's right to choose? Jody, would you like to address that?
There's pros and cons to both, right? You realize the industry and the jobs and all the things that production often brings to a location, to a city, that are really vital, to big cities and some of the smaller locations. But we all know that when you hit people or government or whatever in financial areas, that's the impact that hurts. And that's the one that makes them pay attention. So I do think that studios and networks, I think if there are options to shoot in a location that is abortion friendly, I think that should always be the primary goal. Because if our unions aren't able to support us in all of the states that we work in, then how are we? It just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like we're just sort of acquiescing to what is. But I do know that pulling industry out of states like Georgia and North Carolina and places would be incredibly detrimental. But at some point, I think people need to take a stand and say, me personally, I have not had to do it yet, but I don't want to work I will say, I won't do it in a particular location if it comes down to it, because I just, it's just really hard for me to give into that. So, but that's my personal thing.
And I have clients that are making those considerations. They really are thinking about it. They were thinking about it with suppressing the vote, places where the vote is being suppressed. There are issues that lead people to think about, do we really want to be in that state? Kirsten, I know an issue that's very important to you, probably important to all of us, is the effect that this decision might have on other rights, LGBTQ rights. And love you to talk a little bit about that. And that may also go to, does it make sense if a state is not, if it's banning abortion and that state also is not favorable to LGBTQ rights? You know, should the entertainment industry start saying more, we're not going into that state? So love to hear your thoughts.
I mean, we definitely are seeing more homophobic and especially transphobic laws and practices in the last couple of years than we had seen in the last few decades, I would say. Like, we were definitely on a different track, and there has been a fair amount of backslide happening. I think it's really hard because we want to support the women and the queer communities and the POC communities who are in those states, and at the same time should be leveraging our power and influence in as many ways as possible. So I think that that actors and other and creators should be saying, I'm not gonna shoot in the state where you are gonna make a lot of money off this film or television show unless you're doing these things. So in the case of abortion, I think it should be, unless there's a very clear protocol around what's going to happen if somebody on our crew needs, reproductive health services of many different kinds, including possibly, like, we're going to send the corporate jet if we need to get somebody out of there quickly and to safety. And then, one of the most heartbreaking stories that came out in the couple days after the decision was how many entertainment companies had supported candidates who put that Supreme Court in place, who are supporting the homophobic, transphobic, misogynist laws. And so I'd be asking these companies to put money in the other direction and support candidates who are going to protect our rights.
So interesting you mentioned that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jody.
I was going to say, actually, there's a great, not as like an ad or anything, but there's a great app that I really like that that does that you can, for all companies, entertainment companies, gas, car, clothing, everything, and you can check out what they donate to, a majority of. It's called Goods for Us, I think. The little blue, anyway, it's super helpful. I find Goods Unite Us, that does that, and I use it even when I travel. If I'm like at a place, I'm like, okay, I've a choice between two coffee places, which one do I want? Stuff like that, I think could be really helpful.
Well, I think people have a perception that the entertainment industry is all liberal, and that really is a misconception. There are all kinds of companies within our business and different political views by the owners of those companies who are making those decisions. So I'm with you, Kirsten. I agree. It would be good to, and you, Jody, to pay attention to, where are those dollars going.
Even the liberal companies are putting money behind those candidates when it supports the shareholders. And so it's complicated.
Also, I just want to say, this is, at its core, again, some of the issues that we're talking about, whether it's the safety for LGBTQA, or it's the abortion issue. I mean, again, these, at a certain fundamental level, they're not, liberal or conservative issues. They're safety issues. When, again, as we're talking about workplace safety, we're talking about, so, I mean, when, yes, there's boycotting, but there's also the right that we all have to work in a safe environment. And so, I think that, kind of reframing the question away from, I think, a lot of where the conservative media really loves to kind of poke fun or kind of tries to troll us in terms of, making it be like, oh, these, rich, privileged people are going to, trying to make it a us against them type of thing. I think there's some much more fundamental, important questions that we're asking. As a producer, I don't feel that I could bring a crew, particularly a crew of, people who can get pregnant, to a state that is, that has draconian laws against that, and that will criminalize anyone who participates in that. That is an unsafe work environment. And so I think those are the questions that we have to start asking ourselves. Again, it's too complicated of an issue to be able to say, oh, let's just boycott, because again, there's different companies, there's different levels of production in every state, and there's different needs and laws. So there's never going to be one-stop shop. There's not going to be just like one fix to this solution, this problem. It's going to be very complicated, but I think that we have to make sure that we're asking ourselves the right questions. And I think that's something that if we want to kind of look inside ourselves about, we have done, and I'm not just talking about liberals, I'm talking about the majority of Americans that believe that abortion should be a right. I think we have done a disservice in terms of how we've talked about abortion or not talked about it, how we've tiptoed around it, how we've let ourselves be bullied by, fear-mongering opportunists, and how we've let and how we were very cavalier and kept our eye off the ball in terms of, these laws being repealed. So I think, again, to me, that it's not so much about boycotting or not boycotting. It's about being vocal. It's about being active, and it's about fighting back.
Nicole, I love that you gave us a reframe and talked about it as a safety issue, just as protecting the LGBTQ community on locations, on productions. I love that you said that. I got a little bit of a shockwave that went through me when you said something. And so I want to take this moment to really caution our industry not to do this. You made a comment about concern about taking women who might, get pregnant and need abortions into states that won't enable them to be able to do that. And you're saying that from a good place. And I had this little shockwave because I thought, we're fighting discrimination so much, in our industry. And I could see decision makers who are hiring, for example, crew and others on a production saying, oh, well, this is a state that's hostile to women's rights. So we're going to crew up with, more men. So I'm putting it out there right now, loudly and clearly, that would not be okay, right? So a decision to go into a state that is not pro-choice should not be a decision to not engage women on your crew and in other capacities on your production. That's a choice for those women to make, whether they want to work in those states and be on those productions. But that's a really important consideration. Absolutely. I want to shift for a moment to content. We talked, we've got such great creative people on this Zoom meeting, and I know WIF supports women creating content. So maybe ending on kind of a positive topic, which is how can we as an industry, through content, really educate and maybe change people's perspectives on this? So anyone who wants to jump in and start with that question, I don't know, Kirsten, whether Women in Film is doing anything in particular on this issue in terms of encouraging creation of content, but anyone, feel free.
I think we're definitely encouraging women to incorporate reproductive justice stories in different ways, in ways that are authentic and that represent, the sort of diversity of our country, our states, our population. We pulled together a list this summer of films that address abortion in some way or another, and TV shows, and they're not many. And there aren't many that are doing it. There's a lot where not a lot. When it does happen, it's often sort of around the trauma. And we aren't seeing it just sort of normalized, like a normal medical procedure. in the way that I have in some British shows or some European shows, you know, and I think we need more of that. And in the same way that we need, it just needs to be easier to say the words vagina, miscarriage, abortion. Like we just have to say them. And it just has to be like part of regular period. Like we have all of these like, you know, ways that we disguise it, and as opposed to just coming right out and talking about it. And that's the cultural shift that the industry, that the creators are instrumental in galvanizing.
We saw
I
that
know.
with
Oh,
all
sorry.
the women that came out and acknowledged they had an abortion publicly when this decision first came out. Jody, I think you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that I so agree with Kirsten on this, and I'm sure Nicole does as well, about the conversations that we have to have about our bodies, about medical procedures, about abortion, about vaginas, about, you know, I have
about menopause and endometriosis.
Yeah,
and
right,
puberty from a female point of view. We don't talk about women's issues at all. We don't talk about breast cancer. I mean, women's health has really been largely silenced. And so, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, I have a podcast with my best friend, and we talk about that stuff. We actually, one of our shows was, the title was Boobies, Periods, and Vaginas, because it literally like that. We have two girls each. That was all it ever comes down to. But I think the industry can really have an instrumental part in changing that dialogue, because how often do we see, an issue being presented, whether it's LGBTQ, whether it's, abortion, whether it's gay rights, all these things that come up in television shows that get people talking, that normalize it. And then suddenly people maybe that would never have been exposed to it, or exposed to, a particular viewpoint of why someone had an abortion, or what was going on. I think our industry, it's imperative that we tell those stories consistently, and we continue to normalize it, and we get more women telling their stories and talking about it. And I think, I see with the younger generation, I have 14 and 12-year-old girls. My younger daughter is in Girl Scouts and they did a period product drive at her elementary school in 5th grade. She was talking about it and presenting it to the class, that they needed period supplies for sisters on the streets. I was like, I would have been mortified at that age, but young women are definitely talking about their bodies differently. And I think we need to continue to encourage that, and continue to encourage that in the content that we create and that we put out there.
My son's school, he was not involved with the project, but you may have noticed at the Academy Awards a few years ago, Oakwood High School won an Academy Award for a documentary film that was about periods and about providing the kinds of supplies that women in other countries need when they have a period. So, bravo to them. They actually got an Academy Award for that. Nicole, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I do. I do want to point out, especially, to kind of tie into what you were saying about the potential for women's voices to be silenced, women to be not hired as much as a result of all this. I also think that the content, this need for content to shift really does have to be driven by women. I mean, I think that, let's face it, the reason why there's not that much, content that talks about women's issues, women's health issues, abortion, all of these things, is because, men have predominantly been creators and have kind of driven the conversations around that, even when women are, have been in the room. And so, I think that this is a really important point to, to look at what a difference it does make to have a female creator, what a difference it does make to have women actively involved in these conversations and putting them on screen. And, I don't see, men are going to be terribly interested in like a whole movement in terms of talking about this, and partially just because they can't speak to a lot of these issues. So I just wanted to circle back in that it is going to fall on us as women to really drive this conversation, to really rethink content, to really change this narrative. And that is all the more reason why we have to keep fighting this fight.
Absolutely. And I often talk about the good men in our industry that are champions, that are supporters. So if you're sitting at a table and you're pitching an idea, and it is about a topic like this, it is about abortion, the men at the table that are recognizing that they should support you in that instead of, naysaying you. So I'm always very mindful of that. I think there are some good men in our industry that do support the ideas that women have that really can be game changers and move the needle.
Absolutely.
So I'm so thrilled that we had this opportunity to discuss this. And all three of you are people that have the ability to help be game changers on this issue. And I know you're committed to doing that. And I'm just very thankful that we had an opportunity to discuss this tonight. Thank you so much.
The dream. It was clearer than a memory. And I heard the sound of thundering hooves, splintering shields and ringing swords. And I placed my heir upon the Iron Throne. And all the dragons roared as one.
I consider the matter urgent. That of your succession.
Well, who else would have a claim?
The firstborn child.
Rhaenyra. No queen has ever sat the Iron Throne.
The king has an heir, Daemon Targaryen.
I will not be made to choose between my brother and my daughter.
Rhaenyra's succession will be challenged. Knives will come out.
You are the king. Your duty is to take a new wife.
I have decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir. War is afoot.
Do you think the realm will ever accept me as their queen?
A woman would not inherit the Iron Throne, because that is the order of things.
When I'm queen, I will create a new order.
Your family has dragons.
There are power men should never have trifled with.
If Rhaenyra comes into power, she can cut off any challenge to her succession.
I am to inherit the Iron Throne. She will block my way.
Our hearts remain as one.
Our hearts were never one. Have you never imagined yourself on the Iron Throne?
Where is duty? Where is sacrifice?
Now they see you as you are.
Welcome to The Grill, presented by Wrap Pro. I am TheWrap's assistant managing editor for audience, Adam Chitwood, and I am thrilled to be joined by House of the Dragon showrunner Ryan Condal. Ryan, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So we're going to start off by asking a few questions we've been asking all of our innovators this year, and it begins with, what's the biggest hunch or bet that has paid off despite what everyone has told you?
I mean, making a Game of Thrones sequel, prequel. I mean, honestly, within within the construct of this particular show, I think it was the multiple time periods and being able to tell that story cohesively, seamlessly as far as it goes when you're recasting characters, casting multiple sets of actors to play the same role, all within the same season. I mean, I think we looked at what The Crown did and really admired it, and I think it's one of the shows that certainly I, as the showrunner, and lead writer, certainly when we were in the room, pointed to The Crown as one of our references in terms of the kind of drama that we were aspiring to create, and I think an aspiration just in terms of the what I think is a high watermark in the art form, and The Crown is very successful at taking well-known characters and then recasting them. They did it between seasons. We did it in the midst of the season. I think that was the big thing, is just doing it mid-season and with a brand new show, and trusting that the audience would sink their teeth into the characters and then stay with you as you swap them out. And so far, I think it's paid off.
I'd say so. Looking back over your career, what's been your biggest mistake, and what'd you learn from it?
I don't know. I mean, can I make a joke about not going and getting my MBA? I don't know. I mean, this business is a series of mistakes that you make, I think, along the way, and it's in many ways, I think it's a pursuit. It's kind of a Zen pursuit where you're never going to quite achieve perfection, nirvana, but the continual self-improvement and learning from things that you've done in the past that have not worked, and then also learning from things that have worked and continuing them as best practices as you move along. And I think it's so hard to point at one kind of singular thing along the way. But I mean, my TV career began with a busted pilot that we shot and made and that no one ever saw. So I think that in itself was, if we consider that I think that was many failures that led to a bigger failure. But I think if that was the one of never wanting to find myself there again, and doing whatever I could do to not repeat that, that would be the big one for me, at least in TV.
Well, how has 2022 forced you to innovate in ways you didn't expect?
I mean, this whole COVID thing was a real doozy through all production. I mean, thankfully now it seems like most of the things that really held us up, I think, in the making of season one, the writing, the prep, the making of season one, because it all, COVID happened in the midst of our writers' room, the declaration of the pandemic and all that. So really through every phase of the show, we dealt with it. We dealt with it in casting, not being able to see actors in the room live. We dealt with it certainly in pre-production, not being able to be in the room with the artists and designers that were building your sets. And then in actual production, all the limitations that came along with that, not being able to meet people or get to know them because half their face was covered, and then multiple shutdowns and things like that. So I think it's just sort of figuring out, we're very adaptable people, us humans, and taking the things that you've learned from doing this job and then figuring out, okay, well, I have to live without that. So how do I do that better? And then moving on. I think the exciting thing about 2022 is now, as we kind of come into the end of it, is moving on into what apparently appears to be the positive next phase of life and movie making, which is a little bit more normal, and being excited, frankly, to just get back to the quote unquote regular business of filmmaking with everybody in the room and being able to see their faces.
Whose work has really inspired you, either inside your field or outside of it?
I mean, I grew up really loving movies, in particular. For me, certainly George Lucas and all that he accomplished, in certainly Star Wars, but I think just him as an innovator in his own right. And I think I always loved George Lucas as a fan and a nerd. But I think once I started doing this for a living and realized all the things that he did, the things that you don't necessarily credited him with, like building ILM, inventing so many kinds of special effects, the technology that he had to invent just to make Star Wars. I think those are the things that I, as a producer, really came to admire, and those are the people that I sort of gravitate to. James Cameron, certainly along that list. John Milius was always somebody that I really looked up to as a screenwriter. And then on the TV side, I think I look to more kind of recent peers in the sort of quote unquote golden age of television, or the new golden age of television. David Milch and David Simon and David Chase, all the Davids, certainly. Matt Weiner in the creation of Mad Men. Those are the TV series that, for me as a movie fan, somebody that really pursued movie making wholeheartedly, when I started seeing those as a budding screenwriter, those were the things that made me want to get into long form TV making and tell these kind of movie scale stories on a longer timeline. Be able to live in with the characters and the drama in a bit more in-depth way than you would be able to do in a 2-hour feature.
This is not on the list, but it must be asked. What's the best Star Wars movie?
I mean, it's got to be the original, right? I mean, A New Hope or Star Wars, I think, as fans from 1977 would remind you that it was called. That because that was the innovation. That was the one that broke the mold. It took this very bleak period in American history, I think in the late 70s, and also in kind of movie making, a really interesting period, because we were making all these films like Taxi Driver and All the President's Men and Network, and Lucas brought a more optimistic bent to that, to kind of counterpoint the movies that have been made for the last decade. And I think that that leap forward in genre storytelling and making it a high art form, the way Kubrick had done with 2001, that's the one that changed film more than The Jazz Singer did, I think. So that was the big one.
And if you could go back to the start of your career, what advice would you give yourself?
Stay at it. I think I would always say that I always envied doctors and lawyers, because they had an incredibly hard job that took years and years of schooling, but there was a set path to it. Really, if you really wanted to become a doctor, you could get into the trenches and study the material, prepare for the tests, take the extra courses, read books, meet with mentors, and you in theory, if you could pass everything, you would get there. There was a path to it. I think with this, it's such an unknown thing. Everybody has a different breaking in story. And then so many people break in and then wash out later, which I felt like that was the more heartbreaking tragedy. Is the worse than never breaking in is breaking in and then washing out and not being able to hang on to it. I think that was always the fear that I had after I broke in. So I think that would be the thing I would just go back and tell myself, and 15 years ago, just to stay at it, and it was all going to be okay. Because I think just the confidence of knowing that, okay, it's going to be a lot of work and there are going to be ups and downs, but you'll hang in. I think that would have removed a lot of anxiety and probably added a lot of hair to my head over the years.
Speaking of that, let's jump into the Houses of the Dragon. In terms of innovating, I'm curious what kind of pressures you felt on the early days of the project, because I think you pitched Duncan Egg first, right? Before it kind of became what it is now. So,
I did.
Pressures like?
Yeah, I pitched. I mean, I everybody at this point knows that I was a unapologetic super nerd for George R.R. Martin's world, and I'd read his books multiple times, and I particularly Duncan Egg, which other than the original books, was my favorite thing of his. And it happened in Westeros, and it was a different story. It's a completely different tone and feeling. And years before I actually got this job, I had pitched that to HBO when they first started investigating, hey, what are we going to do when Game of Thrones comes to an end? What's the next series? And HBO had come to me just because I had read the reputation around town of being an unapologetic super nerd of George R.R. Martin's world. And I still frankly love the idea of that story as a counterpoint to the original Game of Thrones, and frankly to what we're doing, because it just is it's more of a lone wolf and cub. It is more of the Mandalorian versus the the original Star Wars, where it's two guys making their way through this very complex and dangerous and highly political world that aren't necessarily political I always thought was interesting as an adventure tale to tell with Westeros. But then once House of the Dragon came along, I think that was more real immediately, I think, because it became it went from, oh, this is interesting, to, oh my God, I think they're actually going to pursue making this very quickly, which is great. But then I think the pressure is just realizing that you have to follow the Beatles, and how the hell do you follow the Beatles? And the answer is you don't. You make your own thing and hope that people will come along and watch it.
Well, and something that's really exciting about House of the Dragon is that it centers two women at the center of its story. And I was wondering if you could talk about the decision behind not only that, but also centering women behind the camera. You have Claire Kilner directing. It's very, following up Game of Thrones, you want it to be different but similar. And this is one way in which this feels distinct from the more ensemble, larger world of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is it. I mean, this is we have long said that this is whereas if the original Game of Thrones is a sprawling Homeric tale, this is really more of a Greek tragedy. This is more of the a Plato drama about one family tearing itself apart. So it lets you live in with individual characters more intimately than you would be able to in the original series, simply because you have to service more characters, because it's this very it's a story of diaspora and following characters all over the map as they slowly come back together, whereas this starts with characters and they're together and then slowly breaks them apart. There are two women at the center of it. I would say that was kind of baked into the DNA of the story. The very first novella that George ever published out of the Targaryen history was called The Princess and the Queen, and it told the story of Rhaenyra and Alicent as adults, Alicent as her stepmother, having married her father after having grown up together at court. So those things were always built into it. I think what we did was decided to go back deeper into their history and tell the story of these two women as young girls, and make them peers that had grown up together and were quite fond of each other and had a close friendship, only to have it broken apart by the male pressures around them, the pressure of the patriarchy, particularly their fathers, who both have political responsibilities in their life, and in this world where marriage is duty and power, seeing how those pressures get applied to them in their lives, and then seeing how it busts them apart. So that was always, frankly, part of this. I think us, centering on it was the correct thing to do, because it is, as you said, different from what the original series presented. And I think the success of House of the Dragon, if I have to put my finger on it, is offering up the same thing but in a different way to Game of Thrones, because people come to Game of Thrones now expecting a certain thing. They expect high political intrigue. They expect interesting gray characters who do unexpected but totally set up things all the time, and they want surprising storytelling. And I think that comes from centering on really hopefully well-drawn characters that you spend a lot of time with and get to know, and then get horrified when they start making questionable decisions.
And was it a conscious decision on your guys' part to have female directors come in and handle some of these episodes that are dealing with sex and intimacy, issues like that?
Yeah. So yeah, that was always really important to me, to us, to HBO, to have a fully represented cast and crew in the show, in front of and behind the camera. And I mean, my writing partner in the show, Sarah Hess, who I made no secret about, I could not have done the show without her. She was the very first person that I recruited in the building of the writing staff, because I knew I was making a show about two women. I have a wife. I have two daughters. I think I have have forged through the female experience quite a bit as a man, but I am still a man, and I think it's important to see that perspective from the inside of somebody that grew up a woman and was a mother and had all these experiences that I could not. I have seen from the outside, but not experienced internally, and I think it started there. And then in the filmmaking, certainly we wanted us to be able to tell a similar story. We had it's a show that involves multiple marriages and childbirths. It involves the coming of age of these two women and girls, and I think I had some things to say there as a storyteller. But I think having those other perspectives in the mix always makes the story more rich and textured and frankly, Claire, wonderful director, Geeta Patel, who directed episode 8, had just become a mom for the first time herself, coming into our show. We have multiple horrific childbirths, and although she didn't film one herself, did have something to say about it. Sarah, as a mother, had gone through childbirth and had lots to say about that subject and making the childbed a battlefield and all those themes that have come out in season 1. And my ability to tell stories as a fantasist at some point does you do need that real perspective, whether you're doing research or whatever it is on a medieval battle or in midwifery. You want that real experience on the ground and what that was actually like, because it always makes it feel more real.
Yeah. Well, the show, again, speaking of innovation, the show is also diverse from a race perspective. And I'm curious about the decision to make the Valerians Black. Was that as simple as saying, like, listen, we don't want an all-white cast in this show?
No, I think, it was not that simple. And I think the reason that it's been a successful choice, frankly, not everybody's ever going to be happy, but the reason it was successful is because it was thought out. It wasn't just done perfunctorily, or it wasn't just done to tick a box or to be seen as progressive, or to be seen as somebody that's covering off on the bases or anything like that. We wanted, it's 2022. It's a different era than these shows used to be made in. We have an incredibly diverse audience that's in not only across America, but in multiple countries that are speak all sorts of different languages that represent all the colors under the sun. And it was really important to see some of that reflected up on screen. This is a fantasy world. I think if this was a historical fiction piece, it would be a more nuanced discussion. But I think simply because this is a fantasy world, if we believe in dragons and shapeshifters and direwolves, we can believe that everybody in the story is not white. Right. And why we went to the Valerians in particular was because that felt like the most fantastical race in the show, and it felt like these were a people from a lost continent that we don't really know that much about. We know they all have silver hair. We know they have an affinity for dragons, some of them, and we know they are seen as as quoted in the books and in the show, closer to gods than to men. So what does that all look like? And it always stuck with me, this article that where George had talked about at first when he set out to write these books, considering making all of the Valyrians Black, and that just as a way of a race of Black people with silver hair, and that always really stuck with me as an image. And I said, well, Valyria was this enormous continent, very diverse and well populated nation that fell into the sea. Why couldn't there have been a line of Black Valyrians in that in that story? And then in this particular time period, we're not all that far removed from the Doom. It would be believable. And I think if you're willing to take that first sort of leap of suspension of disbelief, you really come to, it feels integrated and intrinsic to the show in a organic way. To me, I don't even really think about it anymore. And there's so many Valyrians in the show, having the Velaryon family, having the Sea Snakes family, look different than the Targaryens is actually really helpful in the casting and in differentiating people on screen and remembering who's from what house, and maybe making it even clearer that, you know, Rhaenyra's children are of questionable parentage. I think there's a lot of visual benefits that come along with it, and because Corlys has such a rich and diverse family line himself, just simply making that one turn on him to to cast Steve Toussaint, his entire family becomes then a diverse cast, and it's a really interesting way to populate the show with a bunch of different faces that you may not have seen in another high fantasy show or in the original series.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask about audience, because now the show is out and people love it. Like, the critics love it, the fans are digging it. But I'm curious, from your perspective as a writer, when you are working on something that is meant to be consumed by an audience and meant to be presumably liked by them, how do you balance that with trusting that you are telling the right story, you are making the right decisions, especially with something like House of the Dragon, which it is a built-in franchise? You know, people are going to have opinions about it because they were very vocal about Game of Thrones. So how do you just personally balance that pressure?
I really do. I imagine a lot of people in my seat say they try not to think about it. I'm going to take the pat answer and say I try not to think about it. I mean, the easiest answer is, look, I am a huge fan. I think that is clear, if not from the 1,000 of other interviews that I've done, from this conversation too. I'm a huge fan. I take this world really seriously. It was really important to me as a fan of science and fiction and fantasy, as a budding writer. I found these books when I myself was trying to figure out how to work in storytelling as an art form myself. And they were hugely influential on me. And really, I mean, I honestly don't know whether I'm sitting here if I had not discovered those books when I did. So when I say that these are incredibly important to me, and George is incredibly important to me as an author and as a mentor and as an artist that I looked up to, and now as a friend, and now as a co-creator and a partner in this, I want to take care of his children. And look after them. And I want to do good service to them, to not only honor him and the work that he's done, but also honor the tens of millions of fans that he has of his books and of the original show, that are all there because of him. And I take that on with, I do not take that lightly. So for me, if I'm making the series that I think that I want to see and experience as a fan, and I'm doing something that I like and I am happy with and contented by, then I think that was always the bar that I set for myself. Make the series that I would want to see as a fan, and the rest will kind of fall into place. And so far, it feels like that approach, fidelity to George's material, making the changes where you need to in order to adapt it to a screen medium, has paid off.
Now you just have to do it again for season 2. Easy peasy.
Well, now it's easier because
yeah,
we've cast the show, and I don't have 4 different time periods to tell the show in. So season 2 becomes fun instead of an anxious climb up to a summit that might throw you off when you get to the top.
Well, we know Miguel's not coming back for season 2. How are you finding being sole showrunner on season 2, which I know is not your first go around? I know you have experience.
Yeah, but look, I mean, this show is bigger than anything that I've ever done. It's bigger than anything other than David and Dan have ever done. I mean, they're the only ones that I think have experienced something at this level. But maybe Rings of Power, maybe some of these other series that are starting to come in all respect to those showrunners, because God, this is a really big, hard job. Thankfully, I have the experience of season 1 behind me. I learned a lot in the making of it. I have a wonderful team around me, a bunch of great directors and heads of department and artists and writers that have helped. And I'm really just going to lean on them to help service the vision that we set out to create in season 1 and to continue it into season 2.
You mentioned Rings of Power. It was curious that these shows came out at the same time. And I'm curious, just speaking to you as someone on quote unquote team House of the Dragon, how did that feel from your perspective? Did it feel like a bit of a team Marvel, team DC thing, or was it, the more people watching fantasy, the better?
Yeah, I mean, the second one, I'm a huge unapologetic Tolkien fan too. Surprise, surprise. I read Lord of the Rings and Silmarillion and The Hobbit multiple times through growing up. I saw the Peter Jackson movies multiple times in the theaters. Yeah, I love all that stuff. I love high fantasy, and frankly, I want to live in a world where there is room for all of these things to exist if they're good. I think the need for more well-made, expensive science fiction and fantasy on television is what all of us nerds want. And I don't think that somebody watching Rings of Power means that they're not watching House of the Dragon. I don't see it that way. I see one feeds the other, and I think the more good quality genre entertainment on television, the more it's going to draw in the general public who might not be so predisposed to watching this. I mean, I think we have to remember back to when Game of Thrones aired. There was a lot of resistance around, sort of normies watching that show because they thought it was silly or goofy, or like they didn't, with the fantasy thing with dragons and direwolves and whatever. But they got sucked in by the adult way in which George and David and Dan told the story, the surprising turns in it, the way it actually turned fantasy on its ear. George, as a huge Tolkien fan, actually takes a lot of Tolkien's, if not, they weren't tropes when Tolkien wrote them, but they became tropes over the decades when everybody else tried to ape Tolkien, and turn them on their head and surprise people in a way, and that's what drew people into the show. So I think building off of that idea and taking this much more willing audience. People are much more willing now in 2022 than they were in 2011 to, put a Targaryen flag on the back of their car, or to admit that they watched the show at the water cooler at the at the hedge fund or whatever it is. This has made fantasy mainstream, and I think the more of these good high quality shows that come along make fantasy more mainstream, and then just makes a bigger audience. It means more of these shows can be made and be made in an interesting way that's not just popcorn mass entertainment. It's something, hopefully has something interesting to say.
And with the support of studios who are giving it the production value it deserves to serve.
Correct. And as we know, these shows are not cheap to make, and they're dangerous ventures because you have to invest a whole lot of money in upfront to figure out whether it works or not. So we want studios in a willing to take risk mode. We don't want them in a risk adverse mode, because that's where good art comes from.
Yeah. Well, I think George has said this is somewhat of a close-ended story, and unlike Game of Thrones, the book of this is finished. How long do you see this running? Is it a couple more seasons? Is it, a longer series?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that this series has as much mileage to be mined out of it. This particular story, the one that I'm telling right now, The Dance of the Dragons, as the original series, it doesn't have that breadth to it. Not to say it's any less interesting. I mean, I think it's a really great series, but I think also part of making a series is knowing when to drop the curtain on it and to call it an end. But I've always said the show is called House of the Dragon. It's not called The Dance of the Dragons. And I think there is a very rich 300-year Targaryen dynasty to mine many stories out of. And that is the thing that I think is the most promising for the future of fans of Westeros, is that George has written some deeply complex history that's 3 centuries long, that begins with Aegon's conquest. Actually begins before Aegon's conquest, with the story of the Targaryens leaving old Valyria because of the dream of one little girl. I mean, there's so many stories to be mined out of there, that I think as long as there's a willing audience, there is plenty of Targaryen to come.
Well, let's hope they're all as good as House of the Dragon.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me chew your ear off and taking part in this panel. We super appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Grill presented by Wrap Pro. I am Andy Ortiz, a reporter here at The Wrap and co-host of Wrap Women's Unwrapped podcast. Today, we are here to discuss the beauty of podcasts, how they might just be Hollywood's new goldmine. I am joined by just a slew of beautiful and talented and very intelligent faces, and I am excited to have a conversation with them. First up, we have Becca Tobin. She is an actress and co-host of the Lady Gang podcast. We have Liz Merriweather, who is a showrunner on The Dropout. We have Lee Eisenberg, who is also a showrunner on We Crash for Apple TV+. We have Rachel Ghiatta, who is the EVP and head of U.S. content for Audible. We have Steve Ackerman, the EVP and co-head of global podcasts for Sony Music. And finally, we have Will Malnati, founder and CEO of At Will Media. Hello, everyone. Let me inhale because you all have so many titles ahead of you that I just need oxygen right now. But thank you for being here today. How are you, everyone? Genuinely, how are you doing?
Doing well. Great.
Great. As always,
Do you really want to know? Should I really?
Liz
listen? I want you to be real, Liz. I want you to tell me how you're really feeling. No, but I want to jump in here. I have a lot of energy. I'm sure that was not evident at all, but I'm excited really to get into this conversation because podcasting is such a fun medium and such just like a wide medium at this point. I want to start kind of just by going rapid fire around the room because there was such a podcast boom at one point. I would really love to know from each of you, what was the podcast that either like got you into podcasting that you were like, oh man, podcasts are it. Like this is what I need to be doing, or just like one that you really enjoy. We'll rapid fire it. Becca, I'll start with you.
Well, we started our podcast in 2015, so there weren't a whole lot of options at the time, but I think Adam Carolla was like the heavy hitter and the icon of the time, and I listened to him a lot, and now I love Chelsea Handler.
Excellent. Will, I'll come to you next.
Yeah, I remember one of the first ones I was listening to was Brian Koppelman's at the moment. He was early to the game.
Okay. Liz, next to you.
I mean, the one that I like lost my mind over was Serial. That was what I remember as kind of being like, oh, podcasts like can tell a really fascinating story, and you know, and I was just like every week, like the moment it came out, I was like listening to it. Yeah, and I listen to so many now. I really like the New York Times Popcast, where they like really like dissect pop music in a very intellectual way.
Very nice. And Rachel, what was it for you?
Ooh, I'll probably go with Leon Neyfakh and Slow Burn. Just an incredible storyteller. And the way he can take a story you think you know and flip it on its head. So fascinated by that. Probably followed by Freakonomics. So lots of that, like tell me stuff I don't know, but in an interesting way.
Absolutely. Steve, I'll come to you next. What was the podcast that did it for you?
Well, I'm going right back in the day to when podcasts really first started. So like 04, 05, 06, around that time. And The Guardian in the UK brought out a series with Ricky Gervais, which was a big deal at the time and was just phenomenal. And fun fact, it was a Guardian journalist who coined the word podcast. So that's where it all came from.
Oh,
yeah, England is the first on everything. It's fine.
Not always.
It's fine. We're not bitter about it. I don't want to leave you out, Lee. What was the podcast that did for you?
I agree with Liz. Serial was kind of the one that broke it open for me, and then I loved S-Town. I thought that telling a story that you felt was going in one direction, and then kind of you thought it was a murder mystery, and really just turned into a character piece, I thought was just heartbreaking and lovely. And I remember, yeah, it was the same kind of thing. It's like you're sitting at home, just like kind of leaning by your phone, just waiting for story. It was very unusual, but kind of incredible experience.
I love the variety on this panel. We call that range, people. Well, Becca, I want to come back to you because as you mentioned, Lady Gang did start back in 2015. And this was kind of like obviously podcasts were around, like you said, but there weren't many. Like this was kind of the pandemic boom of podcasts. What do you remember from the early days of forming Lady Gang? I mean, was there like a risk inherently there in like, I want to start a podcast with two of my good friends? How did that go?
No, we were so early that to get signed with Podcast One, we kind of just had to have a pulse. Like it wasn't as a competitive space. And it was like mind blowing to them that three women wanted to start a podcast. So we did just get the timing for the first time in my whole life was right. And the space has just grown so much since. And thank God we got to like screw up so much when nobody even knew how to use the podcast app that, we're now rocking and rolling, but it wouldn't have been that way had we started later, I don't think.
Well, you've also talked about having something that like you have control over, not in like a domineering, like this is mine sense, but in a sense of like you have autonomy and you guys could do what you wanted to do, especially being early. I mean, what were the challenges there in just kind of figuring out like what you wanted it to be? I imagine at that point you're just sort of like winging it.
My co-host Kelty Knight, she came from an entertainment journalism background, and we structured it out and formatted it like a talk show. So it was like The View or, whatever was on at that time, just because we knew that we couldn't just sit around and talk to each other endlessly and go on tangents and never have, a format that people could go back to and get comfortable with and crave, essentially. So luckily she had the brain and the producer hat to wear to know to do that. But otherwise, we started with celebrity interviews because we thought that that's what would bring people over to the space, which it definitely did, and it definitely helped. But my biggest challenge was getting over the mockery that was made of me when I was leaving Glee, and all of my cast members were like, you're gonna what? You're gonna podcast? And now all of them are doing them, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it was hard to get rid of the stigma for a little bit after coming off of a hit show and starting something so bizarre at the time.
That's neither here or there, but let's make sure that we're clear. She's running a very successful podcast now, Cat, so y'all were wrong. No, but I didn't even think of that there would be a stigma attached to it, but I suppose it wasn't enough at the time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was kind of, it was fine. I mean, I love being underestimated. I think that's sort of the thing that really drives me. And, I've waited, what year is it? 2022, this many years to be able to say it. So thank you for having me on The Wrap.
What year is it? It is 2022. I can't promise you that I know what day it is, but I do know it is 2022.
No idea.
Well, Will, I want to come to you next. As a guy on the production side of things, I mean, you have your own production company. Was there like a moment where you knew that podcasts were here to stay? You were like, oh, okay, this medium, like it is taking off and it is going to be a thing.
Yeah, I think once we started seeing kind of more and more platforms like start doing these land grabs of different shows that had audience already, I think that once Spotify obviously started making a splash in the space, it was like, okay, Spotify are not dumb people. Like they're looking at this thing as a real viable kind of business trend that they want to really invest into. And so that was, for me, I was like, okay, like we're starting to see it. And then, as these studios started to get more and more interested and more involved, and then you're starting to see, film and TV studios starting. So it's been this gradual kind of thing. But I think that once you started seeing even like people like, I remember early Will Ferrell started to say, hey, I'm going to raise my hand and I'm going to really do something in this space. Those were all kind of they just added to the legitimacy, I think, to have people who typically are known in other areas of entertainment start coming over. It was definitely validating for me in those early years.
Absolutely. Well, and you mentioned all the platforms, right? There's Spotify, there's Apple Music, there's Podcast One, as Becca mentioned. There was a lot. I would be curious for your thoughts on how the state of things are now in terms of availability on platforms, because it kind of feels for some like perhaps that there are maybe 3 major podcast hosting platforms. Where do you come down on this? Does it feel like there's a lot of room for people to still find a place for themselves?
As a platform, probably it's more and more difficult with every day that kind of happens, because there's so much evolution from day to day and so much growth. And now you have obviously Amazon and Apple, and you're dealing with serious players that to try to compete is difficult. And that's why you're seeing a company like, for example, Wondery, joining Amazon, because they were already great and now they have another serious muscle to that. But I think platforms right now are starting to really kind of understand, in my opinion, what they're good at, and then trying to double down kind of in those areas. So you're seeing that from Audible to Amazon to Apple, they're starting to see what they can do well, and then it feels like that's where they're moving towards in a fast way.
Very fast. It does feel like it's all steaming ahead. Speaking of Audible, Rachel, hi, how are you today? Thanks for being here. I do want to ask you about your thoughts on just kind of the saturation of the pod. Like at this point, my God, everybody has a podcast or everybody wants to do a podcast. It really does feel like, especially in pandemic times, podcasts are everywhere. So what are your thoughts on the saturation of the market? I mean, like, are there too many podcasts at this point, in your opinion?
I don't think there could ever be too many, but I do think as somebody who is thinking about like, how do I bring the right content to the right people? People have talked about discovery being one of the critical components of podcasting moving forward. And I think you see more and more of that now. One of the things I really like about podcasting is that there really is something for everybody. But finding that something for you is a really critically important part. And as somebody who's thinking about the types of content, we always start with a customer approach. So understanding really who our customers are, what they want, what they love, and then getting that content to them. That really is the trick that I think we're all thinking about, but doing it in unexpected, creative ways. And that will be something that I do believe we'll continue to see. At Audible, we've really taken a lot of step in that direction. Obviously, we have a lot of consumers who've been listening to audio for 26 odd years. Now we're thinking about how do we program, how do we curate, how do we make sure that they're reaching stuff that we think that would delight them, that they know about or would know about, but also like, what is something you should hear that you haven't heard already? And that I think will be continuously a push for us. And I imagine many who are thinking about, the podcast distribution space, it's really about reaching customer.
Well, and I'm curious then, as you're figuring out what to get to these people, how to get them the content that they want. There's a lot of niche audiences and there's a lot of people who may be trying to horn in on like a bigger space. It's just, there's like a lot of factors that go into it. So how do you then kind of determine through all of these pitches that you get, all of these podcasts, it's like, I want to do this. Well, I want to do the same thing from this angle. I mean, how can you really know what is a gem or what might be a hidden gem and what maybe is like, this isn't fully fleshed out enough to be a podcast yet? How do you kind of make those choices?
So the fun thing is that we kind of play in all those spaces. So certainly we are working with a lot of professional people who've been doing podcast content for quite some time, and they can deliver us a project. We know a little bit about what they'll create, their aesthetic. We've worked with them before. We know that they can hit timelines and deadlines. So for those, it's just really reading a pitch and understanding like, what is this? Is this something that we're in the market for? Are we interested in it? Who's pulling it together? But we're also wanting to take risks on creators who maybe haven't worked in the space. And those tend to be a little bit harder where we say, oh, this sounds like a really interesting story, but it is going to come down to the execution of this. And for those, we're kind of working maybe a little more familiar in the traditional Hollywood space, but can we give you a development deal? Can we get you working on it? Can we get you some assistance on the production side? And can we get you moving in that direction and see if we can help you eventually get to one of those areas where we know we're working with somebody who's a pro and has been doing this for a while, similar to an At-Will or someone like that. So there's a lot of space in there, but we have a team of programmers. And so these programmers are thinking about all of the content that we have. They're thinking about our customers, and then they're thinking about where do we see opportunities or where are there things that are coming in that excite us. It's a little bit of art, and a little bit of science and quite a bit of art in figuring out like what's really going to register.
Well, and Steve, I would love for you to expound upon that just on Sony Music side of things. Obviously, you guys have just a plethora of artists on the actual music side of things. Podcasts, obviously, excuse me, words, thing I can do, obviously a little bit different in podcasting. But for Sony Music, I mean, how do you guys kind of comb through what you might want, what might be the next breakout thing? Because there's hidden gems everywhere. So how do you guys find them?
So, I mean, similar to what Rachel was saying, really, I think for us, it is very much about the art as well. I think it's easy to sort of be a bit flippant about audio sometimes because it's a less complicated thing to make than a TV show or a movie. And to think, well, it's sort of easy to turn around, and it's an art in its own form. And so we're always looking for sort of creators who really do understand the medium and understand how to tell a great story in audio and how to explain to the listener. And we talk a lot a phrase we throw around a lot here, is sort of a relentless focus on the listener. We're just always thinking about the listener, and am I explaining well enough to the listener sort of what's going on here? So we have a pretty rigorous green light process. And I guess the other thing we have sort of sitting inside of Sony Music is just the business as a whole obviously just has this phenomenal focus on artists and on creative talent. And that's something that's very much been sort of embedded within the podcast team as sort of a thinking to inherit from the wider business. And so that's sort of super important for us as well, whether that's front of mic talent, people who we can empower to sort of tell stories, or to, to host a regular show, or obviously behind, producer talent who are phenomenally creative and who need to be nurtured and looked after as well, I think in a similar way to Rachel was describing.
I'd also be curious just in how the process of podcasting has changed. Maybe, since Becca and the Lady Gang happened in 2015 to now 2022, we decided that's what year it is, 7 years later. How has the process how is the medium rather? Has there been kind of an influx of change as there's been more in the market, or has it been more steady of like, okay, here's what's tried and true, here's what we know works now? I mean, how I guess the best way to phrase that is how steady is the creation process, is the medium?
No, there's a constant flux. I mean, I think probably the biggest change has just been the competition for ideas. Ourselves, Rachel, other folks, we're all in the market, right, for sort of really great ideas, and to be obviously in bed with sort of fantastic creators. And we've all seen how that market is heated up in terms of the prices that have to be paid, either for weekly ongoing shows, but even, if we're talking with someone like Will, I mean, there's been a number of times, as Will knows, there's shows he's come to us with that we would have loved to have done. And he's gone elsewhere, as is his right to do, because he's spoilt for choice in terms of, the offers that are sort of coming in to great creators. So I think that's been a really intensive thing that's accelerated, I think, especially over, I'd say, the past 3 years or so. And then the other thing is, I think just in the market, it is evolving really rapidly. I mean, when you were talking about saturation, we're nowhere near. In the US, about 50% of the population are listening on a regular basis. So we've got a long way to go still. And that obviously throws open massive opportunities for sections of the audience that actually are undertapped, or that aren't getting served properly with the sorts of shows or ideas that they would like. And so I think, we're seeing that evolve sort of fairly quickly now as well.
That surprises me a lot. Only 50% of the country is listening to podcasts at this point. It feels like way more.
Yeah, on a regular basis. I mean, you've got about 108 million Americans who are listening each week, and a good listener is listening to about 8 podcasts a week.
Okay, well, shout out to everyone on this panel. We are all in the upper tier of Americans who are listening to audio content. Yay for us. But I mean, taking audio content, let's take it then to obviously what this panel is about, being a Hollywood goldmine. Liz and Lee, you both work in the television space, and you both took great podcasts and turned them into excellent shows. Liz, I want to come to you first. I mean, how do you know as a showrunner, like what podcast might make a great show? Is it just what you're envisioning as you hear it? Like how do you know that, oh man, this would make a great series to have people watch rather than listen, or not even rather than listen to, but watch after listening to?
No, it's a really good question. I think I think I'm always just looking for my personal connection to it. So it's just about like connecting emotionally to, honestly, the main character of the podcast, like finding something about it that you just can't stop thinking about. And then I think it obviously helps a lot if the story evolves, if the story really changes and deepens and reveals things to you. And I mean, there's so many amazing podcasts that do that. I think it's looking for like one thread that changes, because a lot of the times I think podcasts also can go in a lot of different directions. And so it's like, I think to tell a, dramatic narrative, you sort of need like one thread that's like moving forward. But yeah, I mean, I think the reason, I don't know, I mean, I feel like Hollywood is gobbling up podcasts because we are lazy, and it's like, it's basically handing you something on a plate, because it's like, here are literal episodes. Like they've already like structured episodes of a story, that and they are also structured in like a bingeable way. So like they're, the podcast producers are trying to like end their episode making you want to watch the next one, which is like exactly what we're doing too. So I think like I'm the next thing I'm doing is also a podcast. So I think
Tell us about that. What's the next thing you're doing, Liz? Let's hear
it's
about
an
it.
adaptation of Dying for Sex, which is a Wondery podcast that was about a woman who was dying and had a lot of sex, and it's really beautiful.
I love it. I love
yeah.
It's a very brief log line, but it works. It'll get people in there.
Yeah, Lee's gonna star in it. So
yes, Lee, tell us about your next acting role. No, but I do want to come
I'm
to
playing
you, obviously,
dying and dying for sex.
just dying and dying for sex. Yes. Well, Lee, I was going to come to you next anyway, so that worked out very well. Thank you, Liz, for that beautiful segue. Lee, but I do want to ask, I mean, obviously you've worked with Wondery, with We Crashed. I would love to know, there are so many details in a podcast. I know specifically for We Crash, you guys went on an extensive hunt for even more details. When you have a podcast coming to you that's pre-made, that's research done, that's here's everything we already know, you can just put it in the series. How do you know then what to not include? I mean, is there anything that you don't include, or do you just say, thank you very much, I will take all of this and here we go?
You know, you take the underlying material, and then you spend, you know, my writing partner and I, we wrote the pilot over the course of I don't know, like let's say like a month or 6 weeks, and then we wrote a Bible. We wrote a 30-page Bible to get the show greenlit, to get actors and to get the directors on board. And then we hired a writer's room, and we hired the writers for 12 weeks or 16 weeks. Then the writers stopped, and then we did major rewrites of all the scripts. So you don't know exactly what you have until you're kind of in it. And I think what the We Crash podcast did so well was it gave this amazing overview, and you started getting a sense of the characters, you started getting a sense of the world. And then we just started diving in, and we hired a researcher. Anne Hathaway had her own researcher. Jared kind of, you know, goes the way that he goes and knew lots of the players and was doing kind of his own research himself. And it just, you start kind of finding like, what's the thing that interests you the most in the story. And, you know, as Liz said, it's kind of like accessing the main character. In this story, there were two main characters, and we decided, not because we thought it was not truthful, but the thing that kind of made most sense to us was, this is actually a love story. Like, everyone talks about it as a business story, but it's about these two people who kind of are each other's oxygen, and for better or for worse, they kind of lead each other down these paths. And that was the thing that kind of guided us from episode to episode. And honestly, like, looking back on it, I don't even remember how much of the podcast had that or didn't. It gave us kind of that beginning thrust to start diving into those themes.
So you say beginning thrust. So then as you were crafting it, then you didn't necessarily go back as you were writing other episodes, go back and like, oh, let's double check this. Was it just kind of like that jumping off point?
I mean, at the time I listened to the podcast, I loved it. And then all of a sudden we were talking to the subjects ourselves and asking our own questions and like really honing in on the story that we wanted to tell. And by the way, we had no agenda. Like, we didn't go into it saying like, oh, we want to take down the Newmans or we want to prop up tech. Like, it was just like, we're storytellers. We were fascinated by character and kind of by this moment in time. And so, yeah, I mean, we would go back and listen to the podcast, and we also got like the raw transcripts from the podcast. But like, all of a sudden you start talking to people. Like, I weirdly knew old people that had lived with Adam, people that had been neighbors of him. Like, you just start talking to people and you realize the worlds are incredibly small. My dad's Israeli, so I was talking to like Israeli investors that like had come into orbit with him. And so you start kind of collecting material from all of these different places.
Absolutely. Well, and Steve, I want to come back to you because we talk about a lot about that preparation, that like it's coming to you on a platter of here's the things we already know. And I know that Sony is developing more podcasts for television. I mean, at that point, it's just words. Let me find this idea. How much development then takes it from podcast to TV? When you have this research that comes to you, do you say, okay, this is enough? Or when do you say, okay, we need more? What is the process of getting it from podcast to screen?
Well, I think probably, as I'm sure Liz and Lee would say, it very much depends on the producers or the production company that you're working with. I mean, we do find on any shows we're having optioned, there is that initial conversation where the producers want to speak to the audio production team, to the podcast production team, and just see what sort of notes and research there is and how much they can dive into. I think the other thing is it kind of depends on different companies. For us, certainly for the narrative shows that we're telling, we have a subscription channel called The Binge, which sort of does what you'd expect. It's there for sort of bingey shows, and so really that's the lens through which we're commissioning everything that we do. We're saying, does it work for that channel? Now the byproduct of that is that, of course, that makes it that hopefully means we come up with ideas that are super attractive for TV and movies, and then being able to connect that in with the sort of Sony ecosystem in terms of obviously connecting into Sony Pictures Entertainment. We're not sort of we're not required to do the shows we do through Sony in terms of TV and movies. That's just an extra cherry on top, if you like, for us, that we've got cousins who are literally around the corner from our offices in LA on the lot, and we can go and speak with them. But we sort of work with everybody. So I think it really does depend on who you're working with and what's the process they want to do, and also how much do they want to lean on the podcast or not. As Lee said, sometimes it's just a jumping off point. We've definitely had, a couple of shows that we're doing with sort of various different producers where they really are sort of quite tight in with the audio production team to just, dig into a lot of the stuff that didn't actually get covered on the podcast as well.
So it's a lot of moving parts, is what you're saying.
I mean, when I said like that it was like handed to us on a platter, I just want to also say that we also work really hard.
Yes, no, I do not mean to insinuate that. Like, thanks for this.
No, I said it.
Liz transcribed the podcast and then had actors to say the lines.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting because I think the sort of real plus that podcasting has over maybe some of the other spaces where optioning comes out of is that obviously an idea has been thought of in an episodic way, and you are telling that story, and you've already established a proven audience. Obviously, with both We Crashed and The Dropout, phenomenal podcasts, fantastic podcasts that had really big audiences. And I think certainly for some companies when they're optioning, that can be quite attractive as well. We're able to share quite a lot of demographic information about who listened to the show as a means of helping the producers to identify who potentially this story could appeal to going forward when it goes onto screen.
And I also think, my personal experience with podcasts is that I get so emotionally involved because it's in my ear, and I don't know, like I think there is, I'm sure it's been said before, but I just feel like as a fan of a podcast, you become like emotionally attached to like the story. I think in a way that you don't reading an article, you're just like flipping through your phone and you read an article, whereas a podcast so I think when there are a lot of listeners of a story, they're not just casual listeners, they're like really enthusiastic listeners who would also watch a show based on, you know what I mean? Because they're fascinated by the story a lot of the time, I think.
I would also say that the experience of listening to podcasts for me is I'm in my car, I'm by myself, or you're kind of, you're listening to it with your wife or your girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever. Or you're like taking I don't know, for me, it's like, it's what Liz is saying. When I'm watching TV, I always have my phone in my hand. And so I'm kind of like, I'm doing something else while I'm doing the thing. And when I'm listening to a podcast, I'm only doing that. I don't know, maybe other people do it differently and have it in the background, but like that, I can't concentrate that way. So it feels, I get completely engrossed into it because it's a solitary experience. I'm on an airplane and like, it's all that I'm doing.
And there's a human element to it. You've got a human voice. It's similar, I would argue, maybe to why people, Rachel, you might be able to speak to this, why people enjoy audiobooks, because it's a person telling you a story rather than your own voice in your head or what you concoct for other people.
Yeah, we've actually done some really interesting stories out of the UK or research out of the UK that show just like how different your brain is stimulated when you're watching versus listening versus reading. And if you think about it, it's the one area that's really triggering your imagination because you're not doing those other things at the same time. And then of course you have a much more personal connection to those. Certainly why you can see like certain people who are telling their own autobiographical stories when they're actually reading their stories or telling you those stories, you just feel a little different than when you're reading it. So yeah, it definitely has this like intimate but also human imagination connection to it, and nothing more powerful than the human imagination.
I feel like I want one of those like not infographics, but like a GIF version of like how your brain lights up. You know how they do that? It's like, here's your brain thinking about this. I want one of those for when you're listening to audio. That feels really
I want
cool.
one of those too. So maybe that's
Someone
the next part
more
of the
creative
study.
than us, please hear our plea. We want a visual representation of this.
But when you're connected to something like that, it makes sense that you're extra excited about seeing it come to life in a different way. So that makes like an obvious transition when you're really interested in a story or a character that you want more.
I always also like, I'm way more affected by ads on podcasts for some reason. Like I'm just like, the host is like, I wear these underwear, and I'm like, I should wear these underwear. You know, it's like,
that was Becca, wasn't it? Becca wears some great underwear. You heard her say.
I was gonna say it could have been my voice.
But you're like, I mean, it's like, you know, because I also listened to radio when I was a kid all the time. But like when the radio host was like, like, check this out. So it's not like, it's not new, but I do feel like you just feel like those people are your friends in a way. It reminds me of like, because I, you know, did New Girl for a long time, and there's that long running sitcom kind of feeling of like, oh, these are my friends, I'm hanging out with them. It's like, you know, I feel like when you listen to a podcast, you feel personally like you're hanging out with people.
Well, I would be curious, Will, from your perspective, as the guy who produces these, how do you kind of ensure that comes through? How do you ensure that there is that human connection? And like when you listen to something, you're like, oh man, people are really going to tune into this. Like, how do you make sure that that's there?
I think it's about like whoever you're hearing from, really making them feel as like organic as possible. I think especially because now podcasts have evolved so much, it's like listeners are smarter and they can see through when something feels forced, or they can see through when someone feels like they're just reading from a script. Like, so part of like our work is making sure that whoever's delivering, you know, these words is doing it in a way that really feels comfortable and personal and, like I said, organic, you know, authentic, all these buzzwords. But the reality is, if you feel like you're hearing it from someone who A, is passionate, and B, like who's really close to this thing, and C, is feeling like kind of your friend, or like you're discovering something along with them, like that's one thing that we really try to do a lot. That feels like the most successful shows that we've had.
Absolutely. Well, Becca, I want to come to you because as we talk about these audiences and finding those people that want what you're putting out, what I love about Lady Gang is that it's not about one thing. It's not a true crime podcast. It's not like a show specifically dedicated to following another show that's on. It's not a companion podcast. You guys talk about what you want to talk about. You talk about your lives, and you've really, and I know this, the Lady Gang community is huge. I mean, my God, you're on tour right now because the Lady Gang community is so huge. So how is it kind of crafting that? What was it when you guys were setting out to create Lady Gang? Was that kind of something you wanted in your mind of like, we just want to create a community of women? How did you approach that?
A little bit. I mean, it was 2015 again. I'm like a broken record, but the whole like authenticity and unfiltered thing wasn't so buzzy, you know, and everybody, it was crazy. I told like some really gross, intimate stories about dirty underwear on the podcast. And that's because I just myself in life have no filter. I was sick of all the like weird media training that you did when you're on a TV show on a network. And I was like, leaving these interactions feeling like this weird robot pageant girl. And so this podcast was just sort of my way of selfishly having my moment to just shoot the shit with my friends. But also we were kind of finding that as an adult woman who's career driven, or even if you're really family oriented, you know, with your nuclear family, it's really hard to connect with adult women. It's hard to make new friends as an adult, and sometimes you're just too lazy to do it.
Yes.
And you're too busy, but you still want that time to, you know, we have crazy you know, things like light up in our brains as women when we sit around and just talk about life and stuff happening to us, and yes, sometimes gossip. Like, it's just how we are built, and chemically it feels really good to do that. So the community organically started to pop up because women just didn't have time to go sit with their friends for 3 hours at brunch, but they could tune in for 45 minutes and hear about our opinion of whatever was happening in the world. So yeah, the community element of it was just sort of like filling this gap that we felt was there for adult women in general.
Well, I agree with you. It is hard to make friends as an adult. Emily and I talk about this on our podcast for Rap Women all the time. We're like, you're set in your ways. It's hard. So I get it. I get where you were going with that. I also want to ask, I mean, Lady Gang, it was briefly in the television medium. You guys did go to E for a little bit. I believe it was one season. And then you guys went back to audio, and now you guys have 2 books out. Talk to me about the journey of going to TV and then realizing or thinking, maybe this doesn't work for us.
Yeah, I think we got really spoiled for a couple of years. We were our own bosses. We didn't have a lot of input from Podcast One. They sort of just saw what we were doing was working and just allowed us to continue on that trajectory. So then you go to a big network and people are stressed and they want viewers. And not everybody that listens to the podcast is going to come over and watch you on TV. And certainly not at I think we were 11 o'clock on a Sunday. And so that plays a really big part in your success, as everybody here knows. And it just felt like we are so grateful that platform gave us, it built our audience. You know, we grew our audience from that TV show, but ultimately it wasn't the Lady Gang. What was on that TV show, it wasn't the Lady Gang. It was like a Lady Gang with a sprinkle of, what NBC wanted and what E wanted and what the focus groups wanted, which was essentially not the 3 of us, because they kept looking at 3 women in their 30s without children and screaming that we were so unrelatable. So that was
it's almost like TV doesn't really work.
It's weird, right?
The development process is flawed. I don't know.
Yeah. It was I had so much empathy after that for all the creative team on shows that I've worked on. I will say that, because I was like, oh, you guys were fighting so many battles that I had no idea, as just this dumb actress that showed up in satin hair and makeup, didn't realize. So it was an amazing learning experience. I got to be an executive producer on something. I got to employ a million women and just really talented women. But beyond that, it just, sometimes you can't make something work just because it worked as a podcast. And it's a testament to, obviously, The Dropout and We Crashed. It's something that you were able to take something really popular on a podcast and make it even more popular in television. So mazel tov.
Well, I mean, I think it's obviously different, it's different. It's a story that exists, whereas
yeah. Different mediums for sure. Well, and Will, I want to come to you then, because with your production company, At Will Media, you work with scripted and non-scripted content. You create a whole bunch of different shows. I'd be curious for your perspective on is it harder to kind of break through podcasting, TV, whatever, with maybe scripted content versus a talk format like Becca had? What do you see there?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Liz said something like this earlier. You're literally giving someone an example of what this thing could be on a platter, and so with fiction scripted, and Audible's, one of our main partners for that type of content, it's like you're really putting together the TV show. You're casting the actors, you have a director, you have a showrunner, and it's a mini version of a series. And so when you're doing that, you can work out a lot of kinks in that kind of period, so that when you get to, okay, we're launching this and we're having talks about the adaptation for TV, it's look, we tried this is why it didn't work. There's a lot of case study already there. And then you get to the thing, it's we also have actors that played it. This person didn't work for it because of this reason, but here's who I think would, so there's a lot of that. But it's really exciting that format specifically is starting to really take off and become this great kind of, like I said, sample for a showrunner to look at and say, wow, I see how I could do this visually because of how well it's done in your ears.
I'm glad that you bring up working with Audible, because I want to ask you and Rachel both about this, as I was doing some wonderful, exciting research on this, because you are all so fascinating. There is a very exciting project coming to Audible. It is called Breakthrough, the first ever singing competition launched as a podcast. This feels wild to me. I don't know how this is I have full faith that you're gonna make it work, but it feels absolutely insane. So Rachel, I would love for you, does it feel risky? Is it just kind of an exciting? Is it both? I mean, how do you reach a point where you're you know what, let's try something completely new?
I'm very excited to hear Rachel's answer right now, by the way.
It's all those things and more. When we heard about this, it was one of those things where everybody was just yeah, I want to do that. Like, I want to see what that is. I want to see how we do that. And then since then, it's been piecing together, well, how do you actually do that? So certainly, I think it's one of those things where you want to extend what the format can be. You want to figure out how can you draw in different types of connections? How can you just create content in a different way and leverage the medium? I'm pretty excited to see, like, how do you do a competition like this when you are removing some of the visual elements of it, and it really comes down to the craft, like somebody actually singing, and is that delightful? And how do we bring in the fans and the people listening as part of that experience? So it was big. It is ambitious. It is risky, but it's very exciting. And I'm personally also very excited to see how this all comes together.
Is it too late to audition, or is it?
We can get you in.
I can't sing a lick, but I would love to audition as well. I think Becca might be the only one. I don't know. Lee, maybe you have some golden pipes that we don't know about. Can you sing, Steve? I don't know.
Definitely not.
I was just going to say, I thought I could, and then I auditioned in college for a cappella because I went to a school where the a cappella guys were very cool. And then I performed the theme song to The Love Boat as my audition song, and I didn't get in.
And then
so yes, I do have golden pipes.
I get it. So you were the inspiration for Pitch Perfect, is what happened.
Correct. Yes.
If I audition, it'll be the death knell of the show, so they definitely don't want me singing on it.
Well, yes, we definitely want it to succeed, as it is something so new. But I mean, Becca, I'm just saying, you can sing. And
Becca, we would love you to audition.
Right now.
Yeah, right now.
Just do a little
this
something.
Is how we
Give
did
it to the people.
No, but just on that too, with Rachel, like what Rachel was saying, it almost seems obvious, right? Like, we know this format kind of works, and we know that people listen to music and podcasts in their ears. When we bring these things together, it actually, considering the intimacy, it actually creates this experience that is unlike what you're watching on TV in a really positive way. And we're super excited to bring that.
I actually think, Andy, it plays to a wider point. I think it's phenomenal what Rachel and Will are doing, and it plays to a wider point, which is creatively, there's still a long way for us to go in podcasting.
Yeah.
And we talk internally a lot actually about looking at TV and some of the formats and different ideas that have worked on TV, because we've really only barely touched the surface, particularly when you think about the entertainment shows that have been much more host-driven shows, like Lady Gang, shows of groups of people coming together and speaking to a community. From a format perspective, there's a long way for us to go still.
Absolutely. And this is unscripted, obviously. So because, like you said, Steve, we are very much at a point where it's been scripted content. Lee, Liz, you guys know it was all scripted content. I mean, as we kind of wrap up our time here, I do want to come back to kind of the overarching theme here of podcasts being a Hollywood goldmine. Lee, does it feel that way to you? Does it feel like podcasts might be the next thing to start pulling from, that like this really is, future, not maybe the future of TV, but a future of TV?
Well, it's definitely a future of TV. I mean, people love to be entertained. People love stories. And as storytellers, if you can't come up with your own stuff, you kind of, right? Like, you take what you put your spin on it, but you take a story that excites you and that you feel passionate about, and that you feel like you have something to say that you can add to that. It's really exciting. I mean, since we crashed, I've been getting sent a lot of podcasts from all the different places, and some things work best as a podcast. They work best as a 5-hour audio experience, and some things feel hyper visual, and you're just trying to find what kind of makes the most sense to you. But yeah, I mean, it's having any other outlets that generate IP, I think, is really important and special.
So if I wanted
also, like, sorry to jump in, but I think also, like, I think with more limited series, I think viewers like to do deep dives on stories in a way that feels a little different than a movie, obviously. Like, so I feel like there's more appetite for a like long story that has a lot of angles and tangents and things like that. I feel like it's not the future. It's like, it is the present. Honestly, I feel like that there's so, like, I mean, it just seems like it's already happening. There's so much podcast crossover. Maybe it's just my life.
Well, Liz, you were like, sorry for jumping in. I was just going to make a terrible joke. So please, by all means, always feel free to jump in and cut me off. Unfortunately, though, that is our time. Guys, thank you so very, very much for being on this panel. Guys who are listening, I mean, listen, we've got Dying for Sex coming. We've got a singing competition coming via podcast. We've got the Lady Gang out and going strong. They are on tour because they've got a second book out, and Audible and Sony Music have some incredible things in development. So please just be on the lookout for all this content. I want to thank you, Becca, Will, Liz, Rachel, Steve, Lee. Thank you so very much for joining us at The Grill, presented by Wrap Pro. And to those of you watching, please check out more at The Grill, because you get conversations like this, and then your day is just better. Your life is just better. So thank you, guys.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
All right,
bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
There is dignity in making sure people are fed.
Everybody wants to join this simple idea. Big problems, actually they have very simple solutions. Cooks, what do? We start cooking and we start feeding. You see, we can do it when we all come together.
Hi, I'm Steve Pond, TheWrap's Executive Editor of Awards, and welcome to The Grill. I'm very pleased to be here for this conversation with one of the stars of our 2022 Innovators list, chef, humanitarian, and media mogul, Jose Andres. Jose, as we were preparing to do this, I was thinking, boy, I've got a busy schedule this week. I've got screenings and interviews and stories. And then I realized, wait, I don't know anything about having a busy schedule. You're the guy who has the insane schedule. I mean, tell me, what's your last week been like?
Well, the last week has been, kind of intense. In the last few weeks, we got two back-to-back hurricanes in the Caribbean, and as I predicted, unfortunately, a long time ago, we were going to see hurricanes that were going to be hitting multiple countries and islands in the Caribbean and doing multiple damage across. And this happened with Fiona. So, we had teams of World Central Kitchen in many of those countries: Dominican Republic, Turks and Caicos, Canada, Nova Scotia, Bermuda. But obviously, one of the places we became very good at is Puerto Rico, and the teams do a great job. And sometimes I had to show up in the place that maybe got the most damage, and that place was Puerto Rico. So I went there and was great to see the teams use in multiple places. I spent a few days in Puerto Rico. And then I came back to Washington for a day, because happens that White House Food Conference, that the last one happened in 1969, 53 years ago, was many of us pushing for it. I was pushing for it. Was the right thing to do, adapting to the new moment we are living, the bills and laws of our government to make sure that we tackle hunger and food insecurity in America. And so, this conference happened, President Biden made it happen, and many ideas in a bipartisan way are moved forward. I was able to give the keynote speech where I went even beyond, asking for other things that we should be doing if we are bold, understanding that this is going to be a long process. But I was very happy to see this. And from there, I put voice to some of my TV shows I'm doing. And right after I finished the voiceover and a few other things, I went down to join the teams in Florida, where I've been very much in a helicopter, going to Pine Island, going to Sanibel Island, going to Inglewood, going to Fort Myers Beach, where we always go to the places we know they need our help the most. And for us, from the first hour, we began bringing water and food to all those communities that they were difficult to reach because the bridges were, they collapsed in Sanibel and Pine. Fort Myers was a total destruction. So this is a little bit my last few days.
Right. Yeah, and you still have a presence in Ukraine, right?
Well, I want everybody to understand that I am one more volunteer in World Central Kitchen. Obviously, I'm the founder of this organization. I founded over 11 years ago. But, you know, because the experience I have, because now I will be, while I'm alive, the longest member of the organization. I have a lot of missions in my curriculum, unfortunately. And obviously, Ukraine, I spent more than 75, 80 days inside Ukraine, helping establish the footprint we have right now, where we reach more than 175 million meals in the form of hot meals through restaurants, 550 restaurants, and in the form of bags of food that in the absence of supermarkets and farmers markets, because there are war, because 50 million people are displaced. So everybody can understand that the normal network of a city, the social system of a community is broken. And so World Central Kitchen has been trying to cover up that short-term need until things go back to normal, especially in the cities that they are very close to the front lines, cities that they've been under Russian occupation, and when they are retaking and until everything goes back to normal, we make sure that we cover that gap. We've been doing at times over 1.5 million meals a day, delivered home by home, person to person, neighborhood to neighborhood. We've been buying grain, seeds that back in April, we were able to give to some farmers who couldn't access loans or was complicated for them to get those seeds in the middle of war. Was very important that we support those farmers, because then they've been having a good harvest in October. We did our little thing, but it was very, very important because we show the way. So, you know, we do other things beyond just bringing food and water where it's needed. Things like the grain, the seeds, all the things gives me, you know, makes me very happy of the team we have in Ukraine. And obviously I keep connected when I'm not there through WhatsApp. They are in the 220, 230 days of the war right now. So you could argue I've been there more than 33% of that war. And hopefully as soon as I have a little bit of time in the next few weeks, I will go back to see how we get ready for winter. We've been preparing for winter and make sure that all the decisions we made were the right ones to help feed the people.
Yeah. You mentioned doing stuff on TV show. I mean, you've got a couple of TV shows. You've got 2 podcasts that was out on Race Media. I mean, what has been the impetus for you in expanding your media print the way you have recently?
Well, I was trying to be logical. You know, the Jose Andres Media, even, I hate that at the end we put my name, but I like to call it Jam because it's very appropriate for a cook to have a media company that at the end is Jam. I like that better. So Jam, I've been doing a lot of things over the length of my time. of my life. I'm not a TV chef per se. I'm not a chef that is every day in the Food Network. I'm not a chef. I'm every day in TVs around the world. I'm not a chef. I'm in Spain, but I've done moments that it's been very intense. In Spain, remember, over 2-3 years, I had a TV show that became daily at 7:30 p.m. in the Spanish TV, in the Channel 1. You need to understand, at one moment I was having 21, 22, 23 market share in TVE1. This is the TV of Spain back in the days. So this came almost, I didn't even get ready for that and happened. So I did those shows. I did hundreds of them because it was daily. I was inviting guests and living like in a community where people would knock on my door. I did theater when I was young. I did a lot of theater. I was the ghost in the Ghost of Canterville, and I was rehearsing for Ben Allen in Equus of Peter Schaefer before I began. I went to the Navy and I never finalized that play. Maybe, who knows? One day I play an older an older Equus person instead of the young boy he was. So I always had the spirit on me and understanding that life is very much entertainment. Life is acting and adapting to every moment with different acting, and obviously TV for me, anything that had to do with media and especially was kind of important. So I did TV in Spain, then I did the TV show in Spain, in America, called Made in Spain. Not because I wanted to do TV, but because in Spain I wanted to do something different from what anybody else was doing. I wanted to be more about science, sometimes about history in a fun way. And I was very proud in Spain I did this. In America, I realized that a lot of people in America and around the world, they don't know Spain. I'm Spanish and I barely know Spain. And everybody says I'm an expert. So I did a TV show, Made in Spain, 26 shows, and that was great. Then I will do a lot of videos. You see, now you have a phone and you can become a director on your own. I began being invited to the shows of many friends. Nobu Matsuhisha did a series to promote Japan. I was in the first episode. My friend Emery Lagasse did one series for Amazon. I was in the first episode. I realized I was doing a lot of shows of my friend non-stop. Seems every week I will have a show somewhere. So I say I'm never on TV. I'm never on TV with my own show, but I'm always doing something, right? And so when you start putting all these things, you are like, wow, between all the content I'm doing, all the videos we cook, when we do mini bar and we do a beautiful video because we hire a production company, it's a lot of content that is everywhere and doesn't sit in one place, right? So if I'm creating content, that it makes a lot of sense that I create a media company where food ideas will come, where we will give opportunity to people that have a hard time making things happen. Myself, that everybody thinks they know me, and it's not like I can do everything I want. It takes a process. But now I can give not only voice to the issues I want to give voice, but I can be giving voice to others that may end with me, and we can help spread their voices. I did a show about Haiti right after the earthquake. Haiti, which was 1 hour show showing the beauty of Haiti and as a travel destination where you didn't have to be afraid. Obviously, the situation right now has changed. I did one about Jordan. So you see, I do a lot of things like this. But then I did things like I was giving advice to the producers, directors, and script writers of Hannibal, the series that was a prequel of Hannibal Lecter of The Silence of the Lambs. And I was there with Yanni Spoon, an amazing woman that was on set, making everything look beautiful. But I was part of helping the conversations, because I was bringing history and culture and giving ideas when the script writers were caught into a conversation in a dialogue that didn't make sense. So for me, that was amazing, right? So, and now I'm talking about the past, but I was trying to explain to you why Yam, right? It's because all these things are happening and more I'm forgetting. So that's why we did Yam, and that's why now everything I do is not just here, and there. Everything I do, TV commercials, I do in Spain. Now they happen here, and they're all under the umbrella of my media company, under the umbrella of Yam.
Right. I know on one episode of your Longer Tables podcast, there was the phrase that started with me where I think you were talking about Howard and said we need more food stories in the world. And I'm wondering, what is the importance of telling food stories?
I think telling the food stories of the many guests, and hopefully I will keep having in these podcasts, Longer Tables, is that I have the book around here somewhere. I have my house full of old cookbooks. I own one from 1826, written by a gentleman called Briyat Savaran. And he said, "Tell me what you eat and I will tell you who you are." I think very often with a lot of public figures, we think we know a lot, but musicians, actors, politicians, scientists, doctors, whatever, and we barely know something is very private, which is what is the relationship with food. And I have a feeling that when everybody starts digging deep within themselves and bring memories from childhood or long tables with friends, in a way we are bringing our guard down and shows very often the best of people. I think we're always with the guard up. And I think when we talk about food, we bring our guard down. So I think this is one of the many reasons why this is important. And I think food brings all of us together. We all share love for food. Even if what you like to eat are pills with vitamins. Well, you're eating, therefore you have love for those pills. Even they taste nothing. Well, but that's the way you like to feed yourself. Imagine in the worst situation that you decide food is not something excites you and you don't want it to be part of your life. You eat pills and you are feeding yourself. In the worst situation, imagine all the way to people that spend time shopping and cooking and setting the table and eating, right? The two extremes. Everybody has a relationship with food. From the moment we are being fed by our mothers and we are unconscious, and this gets ingrained in our DNA. Forever, we remember that food equals love, because the first tangible we receive is the love of our mothers in the form of food. That's powerful, and we cannot escape that reality. That's why those stories, I think, are important and opens up a lot of other possibilities to understand more about the people we are listening about, but in a way makes you maybe remember, and maybe makes every one of us, as they hopefully will listen more and more people, the podcast, a way to see that, yes, that we are who we are thanks to the food we eat. And all of a sudden you see the ecosystem around America and around the world that make that food possible in a very different way. So it's a lot of Trojan horses in what I'm trying to achieve with this podcast.
Yeah. I mean, you also have the Pressure Cooker podcast, which you don't host, but Jam produces it. So, I mean, which kind of ties into that idea of, food early in life, and because it's focused on for parents and children. Why was it important for you to be involved with that?
Well, obviously, I have Jane Black is one of the most amazing writers, journalists. I got the pleasure to meet in my lifetime. I know her for many, many years. And she has a lot of talent, and obviously inviting, talking about the different issues that involve our children. That seems is always. I said that some of the best years of my life happened in my childhood. I happened going to market, going to a farm, or cooking at home. And I know not everybody maybe shares those same, but at the end, everybody does remember. When I see children in the farmers market, even when they are tired because it's early morning and they're behind the bike of their mom or their dad, and I go back in time and I remember those moments. Even my father didn't take me in the back of a bike, or was not such a family trip to the market. It was more, let's go, we have to eat. It was not a lot of romance. Even I remember romance, going to buy the fruit of the day or the fish of the day. We will always buy for the day for myself. So why is important this podcast, and especially talking about how we feed our kids? I believe, again, it's a Trojan horse and opens a lot of possibilities. We have a lot of children that go hungry in America every night. We have a school system that barely has kitchens in some of them, that barely cook food from scratch, that barely connect with the surrounding areas. Some of those issues will be addressed there. Even the theme is more about children, but you see, it's again another Trojan horse. It's another Trojan horse to start making everybody think more about food. I want everybody to think more about food, starting by the President of the United States, all the way to the last person in the system. And these are Trojan horses of making sure we're going to be reaching more and more people in their way they interact with food. So very happy with this podcast, and I think it'll do well. I think it's a lot of parents out there that maybe need confidence and perspective in that they don't have to feel frustrated if the children don't want. They only need to see it as an opportunity to become creative. And sometimes you're going to have to try 20, 50 times. I remember my mom, where she sent me, and with that, I'm not recommending any parent to do the same, but it worked with me. I didn't want green peppers. And my mom that day said, the only thing we have today is green peppers, and you're going to eat the green peppers. She sent me the green peppers to school for lunch, again, brought it back for dinner. She sent them back again for lunch. And that night when I went back, I ate the green peppers. Today, one of the things I love the most are the fried green peppers. Was a bit extreme? You could argue. I was not dying of hunger. She was trying to say what we have is green peppers, and it's nothing else today. And it served me well. Maybe I have love for everything is edible and everything is good. I eat everything. So this moment for me, I think was important. Everybody has to know what to do in their own family network. But I hope sharing stories will give every parent, every mother, every father, every grandpa, every grandma, maybe tips and ideas in how they can engage with that in a very fun way, but then also going deeper and becoming a Trojan horse of feeding children is an important issue.
Yeah, right. I mean, speaking of family, I remember watching We Feed People, the documentary Howard News about you and the World Soup Kitchen, and there seemed to be this real feeling that you were doing this work, you barely had time for your own family, and there would be these wonderful moments when you were at home. But now you're bringing your daughters into your, into your work, right? You've ever was TV series kind of along with your daughters?
Yeah, well, We Feed People obviously is about the work of World Central Kitchen, and I was thrilled that Ron Howard was was the guy that did it, that pushed to make it happen. It's like a dream, right? Like Ron Howard is interested in telling the story of the man and woman of Central Kitchen. Feels very amazing. Then this is happening in Disney with National Geographic, and has been great for World Central Kitchen and the many people that are part of that organization. The everyday people that work and the volunteers and this big network we are creating around the world without realizing. And then obviously the Discovery series that are coming. This was like a one in a lifetime opportunity. My daughters did one show when they were super young, when I had the TV show in Spain. But you know, my wife and I, we only want to make sure they have the life they have, more private than sometimes mine. But this opportunity of traveling to Spain and across Spain, and many years after I did the last series, traveling and eating in Spain, and going with my daughters, and now they are not the babies. I remember when we did that show back in the days, and now they are grown up young girls, that they have their own way to see life and opinions and way to enjoy Spain. They're fascinating because they are American born, but they have the spirit of Spain in them, like everybody in America that connects with two walls, because directly, indirectly, we are all immigrants, in a way, putting aside the Native Americans that welcome us to the States. So used to be in America, traveling, being in Spain, traveling with them was now or never. It happened very much like if we were doing a family trip, then obviously you're surrounded by cameras and sound guys and production teams. But I think this show is gonna be great to see. And for me, quite frankly, anything is just building bridges between America and Spain. Even obviously the show is going to be seen in more than 182 countries. So this is going to be huge, obviously, for Spain, because in more ways than one, indirectly, I hope we're going to be helping to bring more tourism next year. But at the same time, it's bigger. No, it's to tell everybody, hey, pandemic is over. Life is short. Live life to its fullest. And you can travel to Spain or you can travel anywhere else, but just do it with family, do it with friends, and just enjoy every place like there is no tomorrow. I hope this is what this show, Trojan Horse Message, is going to be achieving. So, you know, as a father, I'm thrilled that my daughters agree to do the show. Was negotiations there. My wife, you don't see her, even I think she has an Alfred Hitchcock moment that is going to be 3 seconds in one of the shows. But my wife was very much the wife in command behind the cameras, but making sure everybody was ready with everything we needed. So this was obviously the amazing team, the amazing production company that did a heck of a job. But more important, my family that work as hard as anybody behind the camera, but especially in front of the camera. So yeah, and a family affair that will happen again. But as a family, we are very glad that happened, because we spent a lot of time together before my daughters are going to be living their own lives, going to university and having their own jobs and living maybe in other cities. I think that was the moment. So it's more than a show. It was a good family moment.
Yeah. So how did you come to do the voice of Chef Al on the Disney animated series Firebuds?
I don't even know. Remember that not too long ago, the waffle and mochi of Michelle Obama on their production company that the Obamas have. I think Michelle Obama did Waffle and Mochi, where she was one. She was like the main character, human character, next to Waffle and Mochi, and I did 2 shows in that series, show number 1 and show number 10. So it was fun to have a little show in there. But animated characters is something I always liked. The voices I always enjoy, and they offer me to do this. It's also for Disney, so I have my life in 2 or 3 TV stations right now, the platforms. But obviously, when I began talking to the executive producers, I mean, Firebats, I mean, is trucks and cars and that do great things for others, and where they are the leaders, and usually some of them have a human that is part of them. For me to be Chef Al and be the human of the food truck, I don't know. I don't know how many episodes I am because I've been recording, but I am in few episodes, and hopefully they are going to be talking about season 2. And being a chef in a food truck that sometimes in emergencies has to be feeding people. This is like too good to be true. And I've been able to be chatting with the producers and the script writers about ideas of sharing experiences I had on the field on how really all types of mechanized trucks or helicopters or things that help us feed people in emergencies could be part of this series. And I think it was great that they gave me this opportunity to be one more voice, to give me the opportunity to share with them the lifetime experiences I had, and how some of them are going to be hopefully finding a way on the Firebat series first season, hopefully next season and beyond. So it was fun. I like to be in front of a mic and use trying to think what voice you give to that character. Remember, I also gave Ellen DeGeneres, I think, as a executive producer, Green Eggs and Ham. And I was in 2 episodes where I was a Latino, a spy. And this also was very enjoyable. There was a very small appearance. But, I had few lines being this kind of a spy trying to protect a country from being, almost when I was in Ukraine, I almost feel like I was living that life, because it was 2 countries, at odds with each other, and I was glad I was, part of that series, and it's always fun, as you know.
Yeah, I don't think we have too much time left, but I do want to ask, thinking back to the 15-year-old, as they going to culinary school, or the 21-year-old guy that comes to New York with $50 in his pocket. Has your idea on sort of the role of food, the role of restaurants changed now since then?
Yeah, obviously it has changed enormously. Basically it's the same, right? Is 4 walls, is a kitchen, some tables and food that is put on the table. More expensive or less expensive, more creative or more traditional. Fundamentally, restaurants feed people, hopes, souls. It's a moment of peace, of realization, and obviously feed your body. Obviously, I think for me, coming to America, the shock as a young boy was that how many people eat outside home. When I was a young boy growing up, we didn't going to a restaurant, even a not very expensive one, was like a big celebration. Even if it was the restaurant behind the gas station, it was like a big deal. Because we will eat more at home. But yeah, I think obviously restaurants, I always describe, especially America, in many ways, depends the conversation you're having. And especially is why I connected with emergencies or hunger in poor communities. If you think about it, America is really a gigantic restaurant. Just take a look how many restaurants are out there. Places that produce and serve food. From food trucks to diners to fast foods to high end to low end. And we need to make sure that the people that feed America can feed themselves. And this goes back to all the way to the people producing the food, which is interconnected. And I think for me, it's very important that we understand that if America is a gigantic restaurant, should not be any situation where any American is hungry. We can put America at work, investing dollars in maintaining those people that are falling behind fed, giving them a better chance to make it. And restaurants can occupy that very important role. Obviously, I don't want to be thinking about that all the time. I want to go to a restaurant and open a bottle of wine and have a margarita and have the best meal of my life with my best friends and enjoy life and sing to exhaustion. All of this is great. But then we all need to realize that we all occupy a place. And if we have problems in our community, we need to be finding smart ways to solve them. And this is the role that food people of America, we cannot escape. And we need to be making sure that government and private sector and NGOs and civil society understands that power, but we still enjoy our times at home, in the markets, in our restaurants, in a food truck, or in the most expensive restaurant in New York. This is all great and should keep happening forever. But in the process, making sure that if we are conscious about food issues, every one of our actions is an amazing form of democracy, because one plate of food at a time, you are voting, you are making a statement of the world you want to be part of. And where food is not the problem, but food is the solution. So yes, restaurants have changed enormously, but at the same time, fundamentally, it's the same. You produce food, you buy food, you produce it, you serve it. And every restaurant becomes part of the community. Now we have more chains, yes. Now many more people, many more restaurants, yes. Now you can buy food inside CBS and inside an NBA stadium, yes. Now you can buy food anywhere. You can eat food at 10,000 miles above Earth because the plane. You can send paella to the space station like I've done. You see, yes, food can be part of creating a better world, but fundamentally, restaurants at the end of the day, they use serve hope and food, one plate of food at a time.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of a better way than that to wrap up this conversation. So, thank you for the amazing work that you're doing. Yeah. Thanks for joining us at TheGrill.
Well, thank you for having me.
Welcome back to The Grill, presented by Wrap Pro. I'm Brian Welk, senior film reporter for TheWrap. and today I'm hosting the conversation, Hollywood's Guide to the Metaverse. Let me introduce you to our panelists. First, we have Scott Zanglini. Scott is the Senior Vice President and Head of Revenue Strategy and Development at WWE. Prior to joining WWE, he was a senior talent agent with CAA, managing deals for stars like Lady Gaga, Kylie Jenner, Beyonce, Jerry Seinfeld, Katy Perry, and more. Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Ted Schulowitz, who is a futurist with Paramount Global, working across the company's tech teams at CBS, CBS Sports, Paramount Pictures, MTV, Nickelodeon, BET, Pluto TV, and Comedy Central. Ted has a focus on emerging tech for entertainment, with an emphasis on virtual and mixed reality and Web3 and metaverse pursuits. He also previously has worked with 20th Century Fox and the product development team for Red Digital Cinema. Ted, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks. Looking forward to a lively and interesting discussion.
And finally is Todd Lichten, Head of Entertainment Partnerships at Roblox, where he oversees and builds strategic relationships with the world's biggest film and TV studios, talent, and digital and media brands. Prior to joining Roblox, he was the head of emerging content at Meta, where he led programming for tentpole events such as Graduation 2020 with Oprah Winfrey and Facebook's first ever joint production with Instagram. Todd, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Brian.
All right. Well, yeah, I want to start. I think people throw around the term metaverse a lot. And I think for most people, it entails something out of Ready Player One, or a lot of different virtual reality goggles, holograms, things like that. And Web3 itself is becoming the more significant term on the business end, and thinking about ownership in a more centralized world online. But I want to start with Scott and Ted in terms of how each of you are really approaching what we're calling the metaverse or Web3, and in what ways do you really see it impacting how we tell our stories, but also how people do business. And Ted, let's start with you.
Sure. Yeah, I think maybe the most important takeaway that when I'm communicating to folks at my company, which is a large entertainment media company, and externally, is to sort of recalibrate your brain a little bit about the fact that there's a lot of people trying to convince you that everything is new and everything is about to change. And I do not subscribe to that thesis, nor do I believe in it. I think what we're talking about when we talk about terms like the metaverse, which is just a piece of lexicon, and even the discussion of Web3 and all things related to Web3, is just an evolution of technology, which is on this constant move forward. We have the ability with wider and wider data pipes and the way that we use them. Now we use them, of course, for streaming across an entire enterprise of multiple companies. We use it at an industrial level, a productivity level, a social level, an entertainment level. And we're largely living in a two-dimensional use case for most of those pursuits that relates to what we call the internet currently. There is a belief structure simply because of the ability and viability of technology that we're going to get a richer graphic experience, a more three-dimensional graphic experience. It's going to be tied to new forms of commerce. And we're going to start to use new devices, right? In every generation, we see that devices that we thought were never going to change, completely change. And we're on the cusp of another big change over the next probably 10 to 15 years. So we're not talking about anything that's going to happen overnight. Slow march forward in technology. So I tend to sort of like give people a sense of lower your expectations and widen your expectations, because none of this is really new. It's all just the evolution of how we use technology broadly across multiple spectrums. And Todd probably would speak to it better than anybody, because Roblox is a great evolution story, right? Nothing they're doing is particularly brand spanking new, but it's a great implementation of a wide adoption of things that would be kind of considered a meta galaxy at this point in its own right, right? Because it's so pervasive.
I think that's right. I mean, I think we do think about our metaverse in both like I think like practical and aspirational ways, right? It's practical in that there's 50 million daily active users coming here every day, and I think there's foundational components that we're working on, right? Safety and civility and all of those pieces to make it work. And aspirational in that I think like the stuff of science fiction, where I think we are pushing the boundaries of what an immersive experience can look like and always thinking about how we can innovate. The three components that we talk about when we talk about a metaverse are those like immersion. There's a social quality to it, and it's ever expanding, right? A lot of this is driven by UGC and community growth. So those are the things that I think we think about.
Just to touch on that and completely agree with both of you and Ted, it's that innovation, right? And this is just new technology. Let's see how we use it. I think at the core of everything, and Todd, you brought it up with the daily active users and the fan base, it's all about community. That's the one thing that's at the core of everything. So we all might have a different definition of the metaverse, Web3, whatever it might be, right? The core of it is this is all about community, and it's a place for people to come together. And ultimately, the way that we look at it at WWE is, what do the fans want? That's always kind of been the thesis here in terms of content, consumer products, video games, you name it. What do the fans want? And are we giving them a place to come together, absorb new content, have new experiences? And this is where Web3 metaverse is kind of that new wave. And Ted, as you pointed out with technology, I go back to the days of the internet. It's really, what's that use case for me as a consumer when it came out? Probably, 90% of people had no idea what the internet was. Today, it's common. So Ted, agree with you. It's not going to happen overnight. What is that adoption? But at the core of it, everyone's got to come together. It's all about the community. What do the fans want ultimately is the way that we think about things.
Yeah, I also think Brian that it's kind of interesting to note, because it's happening more and more at a pretty rapid pace, that a lot of companies are recognizing they don't want to be late to this party. So they recognize from the last generation of technological change that they were a little late to the party and they had to play catch up. So now we're kind of seeing the reverse effect, where companies that you kind of question, what is their reason to do this a little bit? Like the perfect example, which I think is actually a great example, and it has a lot of promise, is the news this week was that Walmart is entering the metaverse, right? We have this really robust, interesting partnership that we just started with Walmart. So when you're a Walmart Plus subscriber, you get Paramount Plus for free. So it's very interesting. And, you kind of think, well, Walmart's kind of the last place that people would want to be in the metaverse. But it's kind of interesting that they're taking a very forward stance, saying, we don't exactly know what's going to happen here, but we want to make sure that we have a place in the metaverse. So they launch an instance in Roblox in the metaverse to just kind of see what it's going to be like. And it's just kind of better to be in the conversation than to be outside looking in. And I think that's smart. We did it with our Nickverse. There's a million verses now in Roblox, right? Because companies and executives at companies and innovation leaders are recognizing that there's almost no harm in getting in there and learning what it feels like to do this, because you just don't exactly know how the game is going to end up. But if you don't play the game, you're kind of almost guaranteed to lose the game, right? So maybe it's good to play. And we just see companies playing much earlier, which leads to a lot of confusion in the marketplace and a lot of sort of head scratching as to why these guys are in this. It doesn't actually feel like a good fit. But ultimately, when you look at if it's just the evolution of the internet, which I believe it is, it's all a pretty good fit. So why not?
Well, let's talk about how, Paramount specifically is looking at it. I mean, or WWE. It's one thing for Walmart, a big box store that literally depends on having real in-person things that you can buy. What are they doing? But, are you guys looking at, you mentioned like community building and finding out what fans want and engagement is figuring out that aspect of how do we better connect with people? How do we do that? That's the priority first, as opposed to, how are we going to do business? How are we going to sell different, FT's one facet of it, but like, how are we going to, produce things differently, or, do business with other people, or maybe it's both, but where's your priority?
Sure. Yeah. So when I'm talking about all those companies that are entering early and trying to figure it out, we are indeed one of those companies, right? So we've been very forward thinking about this. We've done a number of projects that relate to digital collectibles and NFTs. we have adopted and embraced the idea of the new Web3 nomenclature, which is .xyz. So you can go to, in addition to going to paramount.com and seeing our current sort of traditional offerings, you can go to paramount.xyz and see how we launched an iteration around Star Trek, one of our biggest brands, where you could buy NFT ships and they're generative and it's got this whole storyline. And we have a partnership with this company called Recur to do that. So we did it with Star Trek, we did it with Nickelodeon, and we've got a number of other things coming. We did a very specialized NFT around Top Gun helmets, that if you went to a large screen theater on opening weekend, you got an NFT of that. So that's an exploration point for us, right? And it's not like we're just kind of dabbling. We're fully in on this. We think that there's a strong desire point. There's a strong interest in learning what customers and what viewers and people that are in these entertainment worlds want out of the future. And it's very little downside for us to experiment and learn along with our customer base. So that's what we're doing.
And part of that on our end, speaking from a WWE angle, is the experimentation of it, Ted. As you mentioned, people are jumping in, right? What is that motivation? And I think about it almost in a twofold. You have the people who kind of saw that gold rush, right, and said, oh, I can make a quick dollar off this. Then you have other companies and creators who think of it as, this is a new way to connect to a fan. Let's see what works and let's experiment there. That's kind of the approach that we've taken. We wholly own our intellectual property, which we feel gives us that competitive advantage to, hey, we have legends, Undertaker, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. There's this nostalgic feeling about it. And during the NFT wave, it was, do the fans want this? Is this a space that we should be in? So we tested it out. We did an Undertaker drop around WrestleMania 2 years ago. It completely sold out. It was something that, fans engaged in. That led to bigger partnership with Blockchain Creative Labs, which is owned by Fox. So we've built out an NFT platform based on, okay, the fans' reaction is, this is something that we actually want. So we think of it as that twofold approach. For us, it's not about that short-term cash grab. It's about what's that long-term vision and keeping fans coming back. And that's what our content does, right? That's the reason we have a Monday show, Tuesday, Friday. What's going to keep fans coming back week to week, and how are they engaging in the product? We can experiment with that. If the NFTs did not work on my first drop, it's not a space that we would probably be in, but we're not afraid to take a swing and figure out what the fans want. And I think historically it's been the same way at WWE in terms of creating WWE Network and being early into the streaming game when nobody else was. It was really WWE Network and Netflix, and that's a testament to leadership in terms of always being forward thinking, trying to be a first mover. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And you really have to keep tabs on what does the fan want? What's that reaction? That's the way that we think about things.
So Todd, then what do you see as the real opportunities for entertainment companies? What were some of the conversations that you're having with other thought leaders, with people like Ed and Scott, in terms of where you see some of these applications going, and what you guys can do to facilitate some?
Right, and our platform is obviously a little bit different. I think the opportunity, for entertainment partners and companies, first and foremost, is the audience, right? I think I mentioned it earlier, but there's over 50 million daily actives on our platform, and the sessions that they're having, they're far stickier than they are in other places, right? Yep. So the engagement's super strong. Over half of our users are now over the age of 13, and 17 to 24 is our fastest growing demo, which is all really compelling. And I think it aligns with kind of what Ted alluded to. And there's a couple different on-ramps that we've seen entertainment companies take, still in this test and learn phase. But I think, and I'll run them through in a path of least resistance to probably the most commitment. I think virtual goods, right, is an essential part of our economy, right? The avatar is a key component to how people express themselves, how they interact with fans as they move through these experiences. There were 25 million virtual items created last year, and I think it was something like close to 6 billion, 5.8 billion last year were acquired. So you can imagine when entertainment companies want to sort of come into a platform like ours, the path of least resistance ends up being sort of building some of these items, right? WWE did some of that with WrestleMania. We've had Stranger Things do it. Abby knows the example with the Gucci purse that sold for more than the IRL version on our platform. So I think that you'll continue to see that as an on-ramp, and it's more than just fashion, right? It's about celebrating fandom. I think the other piece that we've seen a lot is is short-term activations. MTV did this really well around the Video Music Awards, right? They built an experience in the metaverse, and they created a category, right? It was the first metaverse. It was top
Best
metaverse.
metaverse performance award. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so for the first time, people were able to vote on this new category, and they were able to do that on Roblox in this experience, right? And what that did was it attracted fandom from across all these different artists, and it brought them into the platform in a really unique way. I think there were over a million votes that happened. And I think the other thing that Ted and team will call out is that the VMAs this year actually improved in ratings, right? And I think it was also the most social award show, at least according to Paramount, that we've ever seen. And I think that strategy, whether there's attribution or not, I think is unmistakable, right? The fact that like there were all these activations happening, all these other platforms is really significant. The other path that we're seeing is, I think, for brands that want to really go in, is building out a persistent experience. And that's not for everyone, because there's a live ops component, required to doing this. But Bakugan, very popular anime from a few years ago, as a Spin Master property, they had a battles format. And what they've done is when they were bringing a new series to Netflix, they premiered it on our platform prior to dropping it on Netflix. It did so well that this past couple of months, they've brought in 100 episodes, and they started streaming it as a component of the experience. And those episodes are tied to, right? So there's like a 2D experience within this 3D experience. And so you're able to sort of like go back and forth between both. And that just creates a really sticky atmosphere. So there's a bunch of different ways in. We're obviously just scratching the surface, but I think as everyone's alluded to, everyone's excited to experiment, and we're happy to sort of help.
I think you should come work for us, Todd. You know a lot about what we did in the metaverse. It makes me very happy to have someone else call it out for us instead of me calling it out.
Engaged, leaned in partner. Yeah. So we're happy to talk about these things.
Well, I think too, you talked about the fashion aspect or these live sort of components. I think we talk a lot about NFTs, and these have so much heat right now because they're one of the kind of few media applications of it right now. And I'm wondering, what are some of the things that you're trying to innovate on? What are some of the possibilities that you guys are seeing? And I think this is a question broadly for all of you, I guess, but and Todd, even, are there other things that you guys are pitching to entertainment companies to say, this is what we're doing now, this is what it could be doing, or this is where, the technology is going really far down?
Yeah, I can kick it off. I mean, I think and we just announced this at our developer conference, but I think there's been a focus on facial animation, right? And I think bringing these avatars and giving them increasingly more emotional qualities, right? And not to say that they need to sort of have the same fidelity as they would in, of a film. I don't think we necessarily need to go that route, but I think what that allows is, you can imagine certain genres sort of taking off and improving communication, right, within these experiences. I think that's like a big component of it. I'm also super excited about some mixed reality applications, right? From an entertainment perspective, there's such a relationship between what's happening on like streaming platforms and live action and what happens on ours, right? And you can see a world where you can almost get to a place where there's episodic content and experiences that are changing around that. And those experiences are prompting what's happening in live action. So I think like there's a lot of this like sort of playfulness that's coming across a bunch of the different experiences that we're working with.
Okay. Ted, how about for you? What are some of the projects that you guys are working on right now as it pertains to what's possible in the metaverse? How would you guys try and innovate?
Yeah, so what's interesting is we're working on some really big stuff. Todd probably knows a little bit about it because there's a lot of partnership relations to it that until it's sort of ready and baked enough to take out of the oven, we're not really allowed to talk about it because we're working on it. But it's substantial and it's interesting. And it also relates to being thoughtful about this process and the sort of huge spike up of interest in these areas, and the very expected, when something spikes up so fast and generates so much interest and so much discussion point, and the associative kind of like strange economics of a super fast spike up, you tend to get a spike down just as quickly. So as a company that's been around for longer than 5 minutes, we have to take a look at everything through a lens that isn't just about this moment in time. You have to take a look at it as the relationship between technology and entertainment, which is 100+ year relationship, right? And what we as an entertainment company, and I'm sure, you know, if you had someone from Disney or Warner or Universal, they'd tell you similar things, is it's important for us to know where the heat is, the heat signature is, but understand how it's going to dissipate. And what's really important for viewers, players, fans, super fans, influencers, the whole sort of ecosystem, to kind of how do they effectively drive into this in a way that's really meaningful for them in the long term, and not just for like a moment in time. So our work and our planning tends to take longer because we're taking this very sort of thoughtful approach to how do we evolve our brands and our offerings, right? And I think, you know, when you look at a company like Netflix and Roblox, they're learning that as well. Like they're figuring out how they play a longer game now. It's not just about this moment in time. So for us, it's a technology layer, right? That enables people to find our content, access our content, and intermingle with that content slightly differently than they may have done in the past. So traditionally, you know, we're traditionally a traditional movie and television company, right? We make stuff for a rectangle that is either gigantic in a movie theater or small on a, you know, or medium size on a wall in a living room, or tiny in your hands. But we know there's something well beyond that. And we know that as it relates to this term, the metaverse, it's important to sort of be where your customers and your viewers want you to be and make the right offering. So that's really what we're doing in a very broad sense. If I thought thoughtful is probably the best metaphor I would use.
Yeah, Scott, go ahead if you have something to chime in. And I wanted to ask you too, because I think we talked earlier, you know, that gaming is a specific priority for WWE, and that's a little different facet, but obviously all within the same conversation here. Yeah, take me through some of what you guys are in that thing.
Yeah, so to touch on, Ted, what you said in terms of taking that long-term approach, that's how we look at things, right? And you have to take that long-term approach, especially with a brand with super fans and worldwide brand, right? We're in 1 billion TV homes. We have 1 billion social media followers across platforms. It has to be authentic to who the fan is and what do they want. And that's why I keep going back to that. And the second we do something that's not authentic, our fans will take note, right? That seems like a cash grab. It's got to be something that they want. And gaming is the perfect example of a space where, you know, 75% of our fans self-identify as gamers. I think it's about 60% play 7 hours of video games a week or more. So massive audience that's into video games. As technology advances, Web3, metaverse, what are the offerings that we can give them? What can we experiment with there, knowing we're hitting the fan where they are, right? You have to meet them where they are, as you pointed out. I think that's a massive thing for us in terms of getting the fan where they are. And with our NFTs, for example, digital collectibles, we all see the success of that. It's worked out well for us in terms of our long-term partnerships, making sure that we're partnering with best-in-class partners. It's something that fans keep coming back to. Gaming is a category that we will be in shortly. Again, I'm gonna keep that tight-lipped like Ted, few secrets. But ultimately, this is going to touch on absolutely everything. And when you think about our business, you have the live events, the in-ring content, you have the experiences outside of that, experimenting with, okay, are we giving fans access to certain seats? Are we giving them access to backstage, to press conferences? That's something that we just experimented with around our event in Cardiff. So we did a press conference after the event for the first time ever, similar to a boxing or UFC fight. Not something we've traditionally done. We experimented with that, but also, hey, if you guys have access to this NFT, if you're one of 10 people who own this, you can sit in on that press conference. So it's that in real life component. How does it extend out into everything? And touching on what Todd said, the consumer products of it, avatars, when we have recognizable characters and superstars, that makes it easier to, again, experiment in that category. So we're super excited about, you know, everything moving forward, especially on the gaming front, though.
And that's exactly the kind of IP that I think plugs in really well to like a metaverse platform like ours, where there's so many different components, right? Like gaming's next to entertainment, and there's a 2D quality to it. There's virtual goods. Like I think all of that, encompassed into an experience that can play across others, right? And I think that's a great thing about Roblox is, your avatar travels throughout, so you don't just visit the WWE experience, you will take with it and you will become a billboard, and celebrate your fandom across as you interact with millions of others on Roblox.
Todd, is that your pitch? Should we do a deal right now?
Slightly. I mean, yeah.
Kidding.
I also think it's kind of an interesting thing to maybe talk about, like what was a curiosity to me that became a reality was the deep understanding that things that only existed in a digital realm would have really strong value to people, like value as if it was actually physically real, right? And that has become sort of an understood commonplace now, but it wasn't all that long ago that was sort of an oddity, that it didn't make a lot of sense that something that you could never actually have tangibly would actually hold value and transferable value, which is part of one of the tenets of Web3, is that when you use the blockchain to allow these things to have transferable value, just like, if you owned an exotic sports car, Brian, in the real, and you wanted to sell it to me, you would sell it to me for money. And if I had interest in it, I would buy that exotic sports car. These days, you could have a digital version of that sports car that was just as collectible, just as exotic. And to your point about the Gucci purse selling for more than the actual purse, that's happening across many sectors, right? So there was a curiosity for a lot of people. But when I started thinking about it and reflecting on it, I was wondering, why was this a curiosity for me? Because if we look at entertainment in general, it's always kind of an artificial creation reflection of something that happens in the real world. When we shot movies and put them up on a screen with whatever technology of the day it allowed, it wasn't like the real person was there with you in the living room or in the theater, but you identified with it, you connected with it, the story connected with it, right? And when we moved to television over the airwaves and then eventually television over the internet, which is what we have now, the same sort of logic applies, is people want to feel like it's actually real, like it's actually happening to them. And now with digital goods and digital collectibles, you get another layer closer to that, where you can build your own sort of infrastructure. And, when you talk about wrestling, the lore of wrestling is huge, and, people love that stuff, right? And watching it through a TV lens is one lens, but having an ownership of certain goods and properties that you can trade and collect with your friends and share. Like in my generation, I'm a little bit older than all you guys, it was physical baseball cards, right? And then, my kids, it was Pokemon cards, and now it's all digital. So all we're doing is just transferring things that used to live in the analog physical world to the digital world, because our lives have become primarily digital functions from the time we wake up to the time we go to sleep. So it just makes sense, right? And that's why this thing we call the metaverse is taking such hold so quickly. But I tend to think broader than that term, the metaverse. I think it's just kind of the everything of everything.
Right. And I think it's also, as you mentioned, I think it's generational. I think that was the biggest thing when I came to Roblox. It's just to understand the behavior of the users on our platform and how they interact. Like this is where they hang out. Whatever they're doing in the experience is a component of it, but they're there. It's social for them, right? It is
their real life. It is not 100%. Just a section of their life. It's their
and
life.
that's why investing in your real this is your hero, right? This is your primary life. That's why investing in it and acquiring items and virtual goods and showing them to your friends makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
And that's one of the things, how close can you get to it, right? In terms of media companies, most of the time, you can't get that close to it. It is, what is that tangible access that you have? And for us, thinking about our superstars, you take The Undertaker as an example. For 35 years, he's in character, right? He didn't do a single interview. You don't know who he actually is, who Mark is. Recently, he's done kind of a one-man show and been Mark. He's been the person. You see that peek behind the curtain, and that's something that we've given fans access to that historically you have not had access to because you haven't had a means to. So with the technology and the innovation, okay, if I have this NFT or this token, I can ask Liv Morgan, what is your Taco Bell order? You would never get the access to that, previously, but this is giving fans a new means to connect to people and to our superstars, and that's where we feel we have that advantage. But a large part of that is also education and getting people on the platform. Todd, you talked about, a wide demographic in terms of the community, and this is where they're going. You also have to educate them on that. That's a big part of everything that, we're thinking about in terms of getting people into that community.
Scott, let's pick up with that point. I mean, companies are spending millions or even billions of dollars to try and push into the metaverse. But how do you need to think about this in order to keep it from becoming just another gold rush? Right? What are the important things that people need to consider when it comes to storytelling and really engaging fans?
Yeah, for us, it's making it digestible, right? Because we have fans across so many different, age ranges around the world. We're in, 30 different languages. How do you make it digestible? And that's where using our superstars who our fans relate with and again want that connectivity to. How do our superstars communicate? This is how you go and set up a wallet. This is how you go and purchase an NFT. This is, the platform that you should go to. This is how this works. Making it digestible for absolutely everybody, because we have fans who are 4 years old, we have fans who are 80 years old. So you have to make it work for absolutely everybody. But again, it's part of hitting the fan where they are. So leveraging all of our social channels, digital content. We have the #1 largest YouTube channel as it relates to sports. We're the 7th largest channel on YouTube overall. So YouTube could be a big, place where our fans can go, congregate, learn from our superstars on how to get into the community. Our social channels, same thing. It's really about education, making it feel normal, right? Going back to the days when texting started, teaching my mom to text, not the easiest thing in the world, but eventually you get the hang of it. It's digestible, it's easy, it's every day, it's common practice. And, leveraging everything that we have at our disposal to make it make sense to the fan, that's very important to us.
Aaron, Ted, you want to chime in on that as well?
I think Scott said it well. I think the stuff that I'm more thinking about is, where does this fall off, and where do people believe that the profit motive overtook the entertainment motive? And how do you balance that line? How do you make sure that you're actually delivering something that your fans actually want and believe has value, versus you try to artificially pump that up or create that, right? And look, Todd called out some great stuff that we were doing. I'll call some great stuff that Todd is doing. I think Roblox is an amazing organic growth story, right? They understood how to build something that their fans really wanted and their players really wanted, and that was unique and different in a marketplace of so much sameness, right? Where everybody's sort of doing kind of the same stuff. A lot of video games have the same kind of look and feel and the same action and activities. And they said, what if you let your fans actually become your creators, sort of in a way that YouTube did, unbeknownst to them, that they were going to create something so humongous, right? So I think we learn a lot from watching companies organically achieve objectives, as opposed to try and force something down the throat of their prospective audiences. And I think it's important for us as a large entertainment company, as well as, the other entertainment companies you could have easily had on here too, to think very organically and very authentically about why we do the things we do. And does it matter? Does it make sense? Like, for us, potentially our biggest franchise is Star Trek. We could argue Mission Impossible and maybe Top Gun these days because it was such a humongous hit. But it's important, even with giant things like that, to grow that fan lore organically and not throw too much at it too fast, that people audiences are very sophisticated now. They understand why you're doing things when you're doing things. We've got an interesting movie that launches this weekend called Smile. And we did this really interesting viral campaign around Smile. We probably know about where people at the baseball games just sat and smiled at it. Talk about organic, right? That's the ultimate organic sort of viral guerrilla thing. And fans really resonated with that. So how do we take that kind of energy and transfer that into other more modern mediums that have all this unlocked potential? I think where we're looking at it now, just like we look at the beginnings of where the internet started to become, when we started to actually understand the interoperability of things, and people would actually share things over the internet and use things in different ways. We're at that stage again. Sort of this from 2020 to 2030, this is our opportunity zone to play in these new arenas, which is why I kind of go back to this. Be thoughtful. Understand this is not just a moment in time. This is the next moment. This is the thing that's going to evolve in really interesting ways. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's sort of my perspective on it.
And Todd, you mentioned just Roblox and how much you guys have grown. I think you gave a stat earlier that a now large amount of your users are above 13. We talk about that growth of finding those different sectors and expanding that, because clearly Roblox is speaking to a wide swath of audiences or appealing to people in that regard. So what has been the growth story appealing to people and making people understand what the metaverse and what this can be?
I think brands have played a large part in that. I think like Alo Yoga coming on, MTV, I think there's been a bunch of like big brand stories that have sort of helped move the needle. I also just think like the way the platform's grown up is, kids who started as, like kids on a platform, just playing, learning to code from there, building their own experiences, and then ultimately becoming developers. I think like a lot of the conversations I'm having, are with these folks. And I think when we talk about authentically showing up on a place, I think, everyone, like Scott and Ted both called this out. It's I think brand needs to work with our community to come onto this platform, right? Because it's community first, right? And UGC is such a component of like the success, So any agency or brand that comes in needs to be aware, needs to work with folks. I think like we've seen that with like Carly Kloss when she launched an experience, right, to bring fashion to the platform. She worked with Sam Builder Boy, one of our like big fashion creators. So I think there's a bunch of those examples, and you're going to continue to see more and more, especially on the entertainment side. I think companies experimenting, especially as we unlock new features. There's such a synergy between what's happening in these world building exercises and when there's big releases or other things that we can kind of eventize on our platform in a way that make them really special. So I think that's all like a big component of like our growth story.
So let's talk about some of the challenges you guys are facing really in figuring out what the next level is, or how do you find out how to monetize some of this stuff? Or, again, Scott would mention education. Take me through what are some of your biggest challenges in speaking to your stakeholders, in creating other partnerships, or building that audience in this space?
Yeah, a large part of that is education, as we touched on. And I think, look, we're lucky in that our live event product, you get instant fan feedback, and you have a superstar walk out to the ring. They're getting boos or they're getting cheers. Is what you're doing working in the ring? And that's, that resonates with the fans. If you don't get a reaction at all, it's not resonating, it's probably not working. I think we're all blessed with social media, Web3, all of these different ways to communicate. You get instant fan feedback and you know what works. And that goes back to being authentic to your fan, because they will know if it's that cash grab, as we all, have discussed. Ultimately, this is going to touch on every part of the business: advertising, consumer products, shopping, gaming, new content, or are you going to a platform to watch new content? It's going to touch on everything. I think for us, it's aligning with best-in-class partners, as I mentioned. It's ultimately, there's so many players in this space, and the reality is, in life and in business, not everyone can be a winner. So who are the winners? Who are the people who are going to come out on top when it's all said and done? And are you aligned with them and creating the best possible content, creating the best possible experiences? So just looking at the marketplace, there's so many people out there. There has to be some sort of consolidation at some point. Is it mergers? Is it selling of assets? For us, it's making sure that, again, we're taking that long-term approach, aligning with the best possible partners and giving fans what they want ultimately.
Ted, what sort of challenges are you guys facing on the fan line?
I think, our challenges are the broad challenges of the industry at large. Is, there's so much choice. There's so many places that people can go to entertain themselves and to find joy and to find enchantment, that making sure that you're building things that are relevant to an audience and presenting it properly and getting the word out properly continues to be a bigger and bigger challenge. So if we look at it through a lens of technology, technology can be one of the ways that if you do it right, you can have an edge. You can, present something that can build organically and find a home and find a place. And you have to be just really sensitive to your audiences that they expect you to do things that they want, when they want it, where they want it. And, modern technology means you have to deliver it. I mean, this is a perfect example of this. You guys are using this, you're going to have a physical conference in person, but you're also doing this effectively in the metaverse. This is kind of a version of the metaverse, right? Where we're all here gathered virtually, and we tend to do this probably more often than we realize now. I mean, that's for me, I'm sure with the four of you, it's probably a daily basis. You probably do this more than you make phone calls now. So that to me is a version of why we talk about this change. And knowing how those changes affect people and how they find their content and when they want their content is something you have to pay really close attention to. If you ignore it, they will ignore you. So we're doing our best to make sure that we're not ignored.
I wanted to ask quickly, specifically on the studio end, like, are the other studios are all doing something like this? Is there someone like you, or as far as you know, like everyone is very much dipping their toes into this in some ways and thinking about this in the big picture?
Yeah, I think so. I think they all recognize what I recognize and my colleagues recognize, that this is the next big opportunity zone, and it's important to play a part in it and be smart about it and thoughtful about it. I don't know if they're quite as futuristic or forward thinking as we are at Paramount, because I think out still today, there's plenty of people at studios that have innovation in their title, or sort of development innovation, but no one that's really kind of monikered as a futurist per se. I think I may still be a little bit unique there. It's a little more for big tech companies have futurists, but movie studios tend not to have futurists. So we feel like we've got a little bit of an edge there that we're playing.
Is funding there across the board, or are you finding? Yes.
Yeah, there is funding. There is funding, and there is actually extraordinary support from the very, very top levels of our company as to how do we make sure we're the most innovative, we're the most open to approaching new entertainment in new ways, which is why we would do something like Roblox very early before other companies did. We said Nickelodeon is a huge brand. The demographics map really tightly across our company and that particular vertical with kids entertainment and what Roblox is doing. We need to have a strong presence there, and we do, and it's already extraordinarily well attended and well played. So it's already would be considered a hit area for Roblox, and Roblox got a lot of stuff on it. And, so just cutting through that noise alone with our Nickelodeon brand was important to us, and I think we did it quite successfully.
I think, and we talked about this, but I think that enthusiasm, like on behalf of Paramount and all these other like entertainment players, is new, right? I think like there's it didn't happen that like I think with the last change, Web 2.0. I think, but this time people are showing up and they're bringing the right kind of like attitude about experimentation. The old days where IP remained behind a walled garden, aren't there. I think people are willing to play a little bit more and work with community, and I think they see the upside of sort of participating in a UGC platform, at least from a Roblox perspective.
Yeah.
What are your challenges in still reaching some of these other studios or entertainment companies? And what on your specific end is your pitch to like come work with us as opposed to one of the other many providers you're cropping?
Yeah, I think the nice thing about our platform, I keep leaning on it, is just the audience that we have, right? I think we have these two viral loops, and that one is like content, right? It's like new content breeds new content, and there's no shortage, as Ted alluded to. Like the platform's ever expanding. There's literally millions of creators who are helping drive this, and now there's entertainment partners doing that too. And the second component is the audience, right? I think it's such a social platform that component keeps growing. So we've been lucky to sort of like drive new audiences that way. I think the biggest challenge really, I think is just strategy, because we're so early in this that I think people don't have the playbooks developed yet. They don't have the understanding that if you're going to launch a persistent experience, there's a live ops component, right? And the way that like maintaining a social channel, you don't just show up to the metaverse, create a space and walk away, right? It's a test and learn. There's experimentation. So these teams, like, there needs to be teams of these companies that can support those efforts, and I think that's probably the biggest gap, right? Is people saying, oh, I want to be in the metaverse, and then they come on the platform, they try to learn about it, they do something, but it's a miss because they haven't listened to the community, they haven't decided what their goals are, So I think it's it all comes back to being thoughtful about how you're going to come on to a platform like Roblox, and working with the community that's already been there.
Well, I think we got to wrap up with thank you all so much for talking with me today, and looking forward to seeing everything that you guys roll out in the future.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.